Hi, Dan. Hi, everybody.
I was trying to. I was telling you, I'm headed out the door right now, trying to see how to escape from this. You got me in a ghostly backstage, something that I can't escape from.
Oh no, caught you. Well, it was
Caught
funny.
me.
Like Miss Ahmad said, look like you've been like you're hostess or something. She said, blink twice if you.
I saw. I blinked. Did she see me?
Yeah, that's all
So
dog.
I will just start walking. There you can see my cool bonsais.
Oh, nice.
There's an oak tree. There's a little tropical thing a friend gave me before he passed away. Oh, check this out. Check this out. Look at these fish. Just a perfect little place for them. Just give them the air. Give them a little greenery down there. So you got my front yard. And here is my bathtub, old-fashioned bathtub with a big old willow coming out of it. And I let it dry out, and I haven't cleaned out all the stuff yet. But okay, I'm out of here. They're yelling at me. Thanks, Gigi, for your show. I'll talk to you later. Boom, boom, if I can get out of here.
What? Damn. Okay. Come on the show. Yeah. Hi, everybody. It's Gangster Ghost show. Let's watch this until something comes on. The crazy.
I'm not ashamed of any Leviticus. That's the truth, my friend. For a book that was written 3,500 years ago, they need to start preaching how they need to preach, or they need to sit down and shut up and let a real man do it. You know what? These guys need to get some hair on their legs. Go on camera. We don't want to say it because we won't go out and make a statement. You know who ought to be ashamed? The book and preach this book. Legs. They need to get filled with the Holy Ghost. And I will be ashamed of Jesus Christ or of His words in this adulterous and wicked generation. The reporter said, "Oh, you're hiding behind the Bible." Yep. And you know who ought to be ashamed of themselves? That's right. Every pastor in cities, watch this, in this city who won't in infirmities. I'm not embarrassed at all. I'm not ashamed at all. Because you know what? I'll stand, you know, the news, you know what? I will proudly stand and proclaim this for joy. Take pleasure in persecution. Woo! Yeah! For when I am weak, then am I strong. What the Bible says. And what he said, leap for joy. In the book of Acts, when they were persecuted, they I take pleasure in persecutions.
That's crazy. He's a funny guy.
And
a crazy drunken guy. Watch it till something comes on. Amish man. We'll watch the Amish man. Amish man. Amish man. Part of Amish cult.
Okay, and some of these look at it and watch it and stuff and watch eating, and you know, I kind of ran out of the ones I've heard. If I see a moose out someplace or a bear or whatever else, I want to take a picture of it. I want to. They're a little bit. I do some hunting now and then, but not for bear or moose, but you know, to do worse things to people in the future. Have you seen this symbol before?
Oh,
Show it there. All right. Things out there and things. Get out. Now, if you notice, if you know anything about the occult, this is the symbol here basically that was used. You have a triangle. How about not rendering evil for evil?
how much teacher?
Do we have that clear? I certainly hope so. There are two. This is elementary, people. You want a little gold star for getting your lesson right? Okay, class? And it's all here. Now, wouldn't that be kind of strange? John, because they're spelled differently.
Yep. Take that. The crazy Amish guy. Who wears a hat? Dirty Amish guy.
What about your husband? Well, he doesn't want to come or whatever. You want to blow people on the job site, and be careful. What about your what? You're not allowed. What about your reputations? You're going to dispute with the other brethren. So that would be fine, but you have reputations.
Mutations. He's a crazy old Amish guy. He's crazy.
All right, if you want to see a perfect example of Jesuitical sophistry, where they answer questions without answering questions, they use play little word games.
Questions?
This article here was sent to me. Jesuit superior, the Black Pope.
Oh no.
He doesn't want to be called the Black Pope because it's negative. Like, whatever. Jesus was not black and white on man-woman marriage. Why is he saying it? Because he's probably a pervert. Not probably. I'm sure he's a pervert sodomite. This is the 5th of April. 2 days ago. This is being recorded on the 7th of April. It says here, the new superior of the worldwide Jesuit religious order said recently that as Jesus Christ's words about marriage were never recorded, it's never recorded. It's scripture, you lying devil. There's no basis for black and white church doctrine centering on lifelong marriage between one man and one woman. So the Jesuits hate the word of God. That's the whole point. In a recent interview with Vatican journalist Giuseppe Rosconi of the Italian Catholic blog, that Father Arturo Sosa, I'll just call him the Black Pope, Abascal states that Abascal's his last name, states that Jesus' words about marriage must be contextualized and discerned. All right, naturalistic textual criticism. Right, it's just Jesus was just a man, like kind of just a historical figure, and we can kind of treat the Bible like Moby Dick or the Odyssey or any other work. It's not sacred. It's not holy scripture. Disgusting. Human reality is more nuanced and never black and white, said the Pope, here the Black Pope, who was elected Superior of the Society in October. LifeSite News has published the translation of the interview, which included the topic of remarriage following divorce. The Black Pope, who is from Venezuela, was asked by Rosconi about Jesus' teaching regarding marriage as provided in the Gospel of Matthew. He said to them, "Have you not read that he who made them in the first place," is like thing here. It says, "For this reason, a man will leave his father and his mother and will live with his wife. Two will become one. So they are no longer two but one. Let no man divide us put together." It's Catholic, translation there. But the point is, man and woman, lying Satanist, Black Pope. The Bible's not clear. There's nothing black and white on marriage. What is the answer? This is how Jesuits talk. Rosconi stated to the Black Pope, the prefect of the Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith. By the way, this right here, prefect of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, is the new name for the Office of Inquisition. I'm not joking. You can look that up. Cardinal Gerhard Mueller observed the words of Jesus were clear, and that no power in heaven and on earth, neither an angel nor the Pope, neither a council nor a law of the bishops, has the faculty to modify them. He's right. But then, it's tongue-in-cheek because it's like the Catholics do modify them. They just did it up here. It's just a organizational liars, and the father of lies is Satan. At that time, no one had a recorder to take down his words. The Jesuit superior responded. Okay, he wrote it down. What is known is that the words of Jesus must be contextualized. They are expressed in a language in a specific setting. They are addressed to someone in particular. Yeah, you gotta love that. Asked whether the words of Jesus then have an absolute value, the Black Pope replied, over the last century in the Church there has been a great blossoming of studies that seek to understand exactly what Jesus meant to say. That is not relativism, yes it is, but attests that the word is relative. It's not relativism, but attests that the word is relative. I'm not stabbing you, I am simply killing you with a knife. The gospel is written by human beings. It is accepted by the Church, which is made up of human persons. So it is true that no one can change the word of Jesus, but must know what it was. Yeah, what a crazy nut. Asked whether he is questioning Jesus' words, the Black Pope said he agrees with Pope Francis, also a Jesuit, of course. One does not bring into doubt, one brings into discernment, the superior said. These people, their damnation is so just. Burn in hell, you wicked, stinking Jesuits. That's just disgusting. Rusconi replied that, with discernment, the final decision is based on a judgment relative to different hypotheses, and thus brings the word of Jesus into doubt. The Black Pope responded that he did not mean the word of Jesus, but the word of Jesus as we have interpreted it. Discernment leads to a decision, and one must not only evaluate, but decide. It's not real long, it's just about over here. The Jesuit superior continued that the Church has always made personal conscience a priority. Doctrine is a word that I don't like very much. It's Black Pope saying this. It brings with it the image of the hardness of stone. Yeah, the stone which the builders rejected. That was Jesus. Yeah. The Black Pope said, instead, the human reality is much more nuanced. It is never black or white. It is in continual development. Oh boy, right there, that statement. Right here, what the Black Pope just said. Right there. Instead, the human reality is much more nuanced. Listen to James White sometime. The King James Bible believing movement, the King James onlyists. They don't understand shades and nuances of the original languages, of the Greek and things. That's what he says. It is never black or white. It is in continual development. The preface for the NIV said, there's a sense in which the work of translation is never wholly completed. It's in one of my videos, one of my documentaries. It's a continual process. Yeah. So you can never say, this is God's word right here I hold in my hands. Oh no, you can't do that. Because the Bible is continually changing. We can't have doctrines that are written in stone. We can continually change it. We can continually say, yea, hath God said. It's exactly what this wicked, stinking devil is meaning by this. That guy right there, go to hell, burn in hell. Okay? I'm going to tell you something, right? Because some of you are just a bunch of little sissies, okay? Just go be blunt with you here. You are not aware of things like satanic ritual abuse or the ritual sacrifices that go on and things behind closed door, the mind control programming, and torture, and just there's some really horrible stuff that goes on in this world. That guy, to get to that position, has done some real sick stuff. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Don't even tell me that the Black Pope has gotten there because of hard work and what he's worked hard at killing people and stuff and being involved in satanic ritual abuse. I will guarantee you that he's molested children and done things that are so horrible. I've read some of this stuff, okay? And I've talked to people that have been through some of the satanic ritual abuse. And some of you little sissies out there have no idea. Why would you say he deserves hell? Oh, that's not. You should love him. Listen to me. Listen to me. I love people. That's why I witness to people. That's why I have this internet ministry. But when I see a devil like that, I have no love for that man. He is literally a devil walking in the flesh. His damnation is just.
Wow, that guy. I wonder what he really thinks.
Hello, Logic. Are you ready for your nighttime intercession, Logic?
Are we seriously still doing?
Crazy old Amish guy. Yeah, that guy's crazy. Claude!
Hello.
Hi, Claude. You saw what
I'm
happened
good.
last night?
What there was many things happened. So
On the
was it the debate? Stephen challenged me or something?
uh, yeah, and PG on they were having a show. I guess they played too much of the Moses movie, and they got cut off.
Oh, copyright. Okay.
And then they came back on.
Yeah. Oh
It
well.
was crazy. Yeah,
Mm.
uh, yeah. They Steven said he wanted to debate you, and
Good.
about about Mark. What's his name? Kent's taxes.
Yeah, good. He can come on now, or we can set a time. I'm very happy to do that. But I didn't know. I'm in Singapore again now, and you know what time it is? It is 12:48 a.m. in the morning, so it's sleeping time.
Wow. Oh yeah. It was crazy, and watch Witches of Witches of Paradise. Yeah. What else? Bruce. He came on there. He's a crazy guy.
My drive was driven. I was in the comments here on this show earlier, and all I could hear was Dan talking, and the kids were saying, "Move the truck, Dad. Move the truck. Move the truck. Move the truck." And so I put in the comments, "Move the effing truck." you know, God, it just drove me
Yeah.
crazy.
It was crazy. Well, how are you been?
I'm okay. I'm a little bit sick. My voice might sound a bit different. I've got a bit of a cold.
Hope you feel better.
Yes, I just feel slightly miserable, but no problem. It's cold as a cold.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. Oh, that guy. Brian Dinglinger. He's the one who's guy. Tim watch a lot. Helped inspire him to be what he is today. Tim.
Tim, oh God.
The guy
Yeah.
who debates who like to debate Father Charles. Yeah,
Yes, Tim, I don't have a lot of time for Tim, but I suppose he could prove to be okay. But at the moment, not sure. I heard him in some sort of an argument the other day, and I wasn't impressed.
yeah,
And then, of course, there's been all that stuff with 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 Kent Hovind and going on talking about this girl who tipped water all over, and you know, while she was in bed, and now she's not happy, and mm, He just
Yeah,
can't help himself. Always gets in trouble doing stupid things, you know.
yeah,
And then I've heard the
yeah. Last,
Andersons, you know. Yeah, I listened to the boys, you know. My God, they're quite like their father in many ways.
yeah, last night, yesterday we showed their video on Miss Mod's show. First of all, they
Mm,
eat a lot on there while they're talking, but otherwise
yeah,
they're very messed up.
like
Wow, they're
yeah, some of it is funny, you know, and I can understand that for effect, comic effect. But some is pretty well blatantly quite racist and horrible in a way, you know.
yeah,
But so, but the only good thing, well, the good thing I really like is that Isaac, when you look at him, he's built strong. You know, he's quite solid. He's probably not very tall, but you know, if the worst come to the worst, he could go around and sort Stephen out, which he's threatened to do if
Oh,
Stephen lays a hand on the daughter
did you
again. You know.
did you hear that Steve Anderson was self-convicted into a mental institution?
Yes, I heard it was sort of taken to one, but then he got out. I don't think he put himself in. I think it was not voluntary, and then got out. But I see on Facebook someone put a clip up of his Facebook. He's been asking for money to help save his family. Well, I don't know who's going to give him money. Probably some of his followers, perhaps. But there is no doubt, absolutely no doubt, he did the things that he's been accused of. There's just no doubt. It all lines up with the way he talks and the sort of things he believes in. But the wife is just about as bad. I don't give her a free pass. She's terrible. Yeah, the
Yeah,
things she's supposed to have done. And I find the boys, even despite the language and the fact that they can come across as a bit sort of out there, I find the boys and Miriam very straight up, straight up and honest. They don't have anything to hide. They call a spade a spade. So it's very, very, very interesting and very sad.
it's crazy. I remember Simon when he was a little kid on Steve Anderson's
Mm.
show preaching.
Yes, I put a thing up called The Evolution of a Preacher, and it showed the clip of him preaching and then to him swearing and carrying on.
It was
Oh, dear.
crazy, and
Mm.
seeing him uh, when he was a teenager, he went to Africa to preach the Bible and stuff. It was
Uh-oh.
crazy back in the day when he was a teenager. It was,
Right. Oh, it's lucky he
and
didn't get shot in a hunting accident.
oh, you know what else? What was I gonna say? What do you think of poverty? We saw the other day had two there are two new preachers. One is Pastor Jay and his son. He has his own show, Jonathan. Proverbs
Oh,
Teens.
wow. I don't know if I know him. There was one about wives things. There's a guy on that sounded a bit, you know, bit of an upstart. I don't know. I've got to give it a fair go. I can hear something funny going blub 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 in the background. Can you
Oh,
hear it?
sorry.
Is it like wind or boiling
I
porridge?
have a fan on. Oh,
Oh well, we
guys.
can't. You
Yeah.
got to get. We don't want you to get too hot.
Yeah. Oh, guys. Uh. Oh. Uh. Here's this other kid was on their power teams. They were trying to talk him out of believing in evolution. I guess. Kobe.
So, oh,
What do you think of
so
that?
are they going to try and talk people out of believing evolution? Is that right?
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't think there's much, to be quite honest, I don't think many people listen to Providence guys and say, ah, I'd never thought of that. I'm suddenly going to be not believe in science and evolution. I don't think so at all. They preach what we call preaching to the converted. So most of their listeners, followers are already Christian. Um, so I don't think it makes much difference at all. They talk about how when they interviewed Anderson, they got about another 50 viewers out of that, subscribers. But so all these souls they must be winning for the Lord. I don't believe any of that. It'd be very interesting to know if anybody would actually come up and say, "Oh my God, I listened to them, and suddenly I thought, gee, I want that, and I become a Christian." I don't
Oh,
think so, but
well,
maybe I'm wrong.
well, would if you debated Stephen on the evolution of Kent's taxes, what would
Yes.
you talk about?
Okay, we would talk about what structuring is, and give you the actual explanation of what structuring is, and which is exactly what Kent did, and why it's a crime. We would talk about the trial and what the judge supposedly said or didn't say, which she didn't. She's actually a very reasonable and good woman. We talk about the affidavits which were filed, in support of Kent, saying that his crime was worse than that of a rapist. That they actually came 8 years later, and one of those particular people was very untrustworthy, a pastor who'd done the same thing and had his church had been in trouble. Well, it's not the same, but similar tax evasion. Um, so the whole yeah, any details of it. There was a woman who actually wrote down and recorded all that went on, and she was a Christian. She isn't anymore. She's spoken out about it. They can talk to Eric if they want to find out what he said at the trial, which was the one that his father was being treated by worse than a rapist. Not that we could talk about the prosecutor, the false story that somehow someone who had a major role uh, went and did some, and it's true. This person who had a very minor role in the trial did do a dreadful thing with a young girl. But hey, so did Brady, one of Kent's um, um, uh, trustees. He was known to, shall we say, keep it in the family. So there's many things that I can talk about. So yeah,
Oh,
and yeah. Mm.
would you
Mm.
talk about uh, would you talk about uh, anything to do with the documentary?
Well, well, if it was relevant, there are some bits of it because I think they make some claims about his tax crimes, that he was unjustly convicted and treated worse than this, and all that sort of bollocks. It's just rubbish. Um, I would probably talk about how Kent has treated since then.
Gotcha.
Um, yeah, has treated his Stephen's cousin, Yasam or whatever her name is, and how he spoke about the nieces of Stephen, saying all they could do is eat, implying they were sort of big, fat, and lazy. He's a horrible man, Kent. I don't know why Stephen still has a thing for him. This could be Stephen's chance to show himself to be a real man and Christian and actually realize the truth about this Kent. I don't see Kent as much better than Anderson. He's a little bit better than him, but not a lot. The way he treated his son at the dentist is just one example
Oh,
of
hi, Big Bad
terrible,
Mama.
terrible beatings. Yes. Hey,
Hey, what's happening?
Oh, I need to tell you something, Big Bad Mama. I asked uh Steven about what you wanted me to ask him last night. Uh, he said that
Yeah.
uh he didn't really respond. He just said ask Big Bad Mama where babies come from. I guess he's saying it's a stupid question. So,
Okay, so that means it's true that it was Yasum and her
It has
daughters
to be Big Bad Mama. You are right. It has to be
in the
because
hen house.
they're the ones that shifted them. Yes, and
Right.
all they could do was eat. I mean, Kent is a horrible person, and he's just a horrible, horrible, horrible man. And what really stupid is that he's too dumb to realize that putting that story up makes him look worse, doesn't it?
Nobody knew about it,
Yeah,
right? I mean, nobody
yeah.
really knew about that story until he put it on the internet. I mean, it was kind of
Exactly.
between him and the community or whatever,
Yeah.
which is Linux, you
Uh,
know. I mean, it's not that big of a community. So all of a sudden now thousands and thousands of people know about it, and he's pouring water on these, you know,
Water.
poor teenage
He's
girls.
fuel on the fire. It's just a bad look. Nobody would be so dumb. Well, he is. Yeah. I think we should try, maybe Gangster Ghost can organise it, to interview that girl or her mother, if they'd be prepared to. Let's
That would be
get her
interesting.
side of the story out. Hmm.
If I
Uh,
mean, getting Yawsum on here would just, yeah, answer a lot of
Hmm.
questions about that.
Yes, and obviously the girl has talked about it, so she's obviously upset by it. Hmm.
That was the first I'd ever heard of that story was from Kent Hovind, and it's like,
Hmm.
dude, come on,
And
what
it's
an
all such a
idiot!
coincidence. About the same time, Stephen has left as well. So,
Right?
something's gone on.
Yeah, something happened there, and Steven's non-answer, and also Achilles. I asked him about it, and he didn't answer it either.
They're devious. They answer questions with questions. This is the same as the marriage, the rumor all again, the way they treated Maud over that. But, they get forgiven. So, why should I care? But I do care. But why should I? Because one minute that people see them for the people they are, and the next minute they're cozying up to them and, you know,
I
licking
know.
various bits. And just
It's
that's what drives
disappointing.
me crazy. It's disappointing, all right. But there again, I've got nothing much else to do at the moment. So.
They
would
don't
you have
hold a proper grudge like I do,
Oh,
which I don't think it's bad to hold a grudge for a while.
no, you're too nice, though. Completely nice, Fortunato.
What?
You're too nice. You're too
Oh,
nice.
I'm too nice.
Mm.
Okay. To who?
To everybody.
Oh, okay. Well,
But it's a quality. It's
I
not,
can't help it.
it's not being, it's a quality that I quite admire. Mm.
Oh,
Because
thank you.
the Claude doesn't have that degree of tolerance.
we call you the Claude?
You can call me the Claude. The Claude, has no time for Dan or Slickerleys, people like that. So the Claude gets stuck in.
Well, you were
Did
talking
you?
to Achilles the other day, I thought.
I know.
You
I
guys
was
were on the
being
same
quite
stream.
polite. I was
Yeah.
Good
being
morning,
polite
everybody.
Hi,
Good
because
Mark.
morning.
he didn't come in and have a go at me. So I treat people how they treat me. So if he'd been his usual self, I would have fought. But he wasn't, so I didn't. Who is that just come on?
It's
Mark.
Mark.
Marco, did you see the Anderson boys' latest videos that they've done? They're quite, oh my God. Uh,
What are
I
they
think I
about?
sent a link to them. That they're about, this one is ranking different religions, tiers of
Y-
religions,
Yeah, I saw some of
and
that.
they're like A plus or something. Ones that are get the superior. So that's Christian, of course, and then F is the worst, and that's Islam, of course. But they hate the Palestinians and the Jews equally. I mean, it's really some of it is sort of like funny, and you can tell, and some of it they're deadly serious, and they're very racist. And you know where it's all come from. I give them a bit of a pass because of the home life. that this has all come from, but it's like entertaining. But you shouldn't be laughing at some of the stuff where they're deadly serious and very, about people from the subcontinent and stuff like that. So yeah, I give them a bit of a pass, but yeah,
It's
I
just a
think they need.
stupid thing to do to rank religions, and I
Yeah,
mean, it's just
well, it's meant to be a bit of a joke, but they're also serious at the same time. And as I say, I like that they've spoken out. But some of their views on race, I think you would find very interesting. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
I've sent you a link. You have to.
yeah. I think their next thing is going to be about race.
Yeah, they're going to pick who's the best. I mean, it's.
the
Oh,
best race.
yeah, well, we know who it's going to be. Their own race. Yeah, yeah.
Jeez,
Yeah, oh, it's very out there.
ridiculous.
I mean, it's yeah. I think it's.
Well, I mean, they did good by coming out about the abuse of their father and
Mm.
mother, but that doesn't make their views any less
Oh no,
worthy
no,
of being
no, no.
criticized. They should be skewered if they're
Yeah.
spouting that kind of stuff
Well, yeah. Well, you
because
have to
they're old
listen to what
enough. They're old enough
I've,
to know better at this point.
I've sent you the link. It's
Okay.
interesting. And then there's some talk that maybe they should have all four. Was it John and Isaac and Solomon and Miriam on it? And I sort of said some comment, well, they'd have to clean up their language a bit because she's sort of quite different. I think she's very bright. These guys are bright in a practical way. They can turn their hand to almost anything, you'd have to say. I think, she could be a good lawyer or something if she was able to study. Some wanker in the comments on one of the videos says she needs to find herself a good Christian husband. She's 17. And I said, no, she doesn't. She needs to
Jeez.
keep away from a Christian husband, and submitting to him, all that crap. She needs to study and get a career. Then she can look at that sort of shit. God, driving me crazy.
17.
Some of these people are just unbelievable.
Wow.
Well, I mean, in some states you can get married at 16, I think.
Yeah, well, look at Jerry Lee Lewis. She was
Well,
14.
she was like
Oh,
13, I think.
yeah, but she
His
was his cousin,
cousin.
so that's okay. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't uncommon
Mm,
for that type of thing to
mm,
happen back then. It wasn't just him doing it. I mean, it was not an excuse, but
no,
where he lived and where the time where he lived, time and place where he lived, that wasn't uncommon.
no.
Mark, what are you doing?
Just hanging out. What about you guys?
Just
I was
hanging
thinking
out.
of I was thinking of a funny joke to say about, finding good obedient women. God filled the world with good obedient Christian women. He put them in every corner of the earth. That's what the Bible says, but then he went and made the world round. So he's kind of a joker.
Does it say that every corner of the earth?
No, I'm just making a
Oh,
joke.
okay. I would be surprised if that was in there, but
Oh,
It's just a joke.
perfect.
Hey,
are you on an
welcome back with
airplane?
all the background noise.
Welcome back to my presence.
Do we have liftoff yet?
Look, I'm heading somewhere. I'm going to tell you where I'm heading, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm down at this
Somewhere
church.
with a milkshake?
Maybe. We'll get back to that. But so I'm down at this church. I'm preaching. I had to preach this morning. Got to preach tonight. But I had like 6 hours. So about an hour and 15 minutes from the church is a place called Radium Springs outside of Albany, Georgia, that has like this beautiful blue water that's like unusually bluish green. So I'm heading there.
This guy's
Nice.
just telling everybody this like he thinks anybody
Shut
cares.
up. I have to
What
go.
are
I
you
got to
going
get
to
off
do
the
when
phone. I got
when you
somewhere to
get there?
be.
What
Yeah,
do you
yeah, I
do
do
when you
have somewhere
get
to
there?
be over here with, people of actual intellect.
I
How's
gotta
the
go. I'm
job
sorry,
going?
man. Brianna's making me get off the phone and cook for her. I gotta wash dishes.
I never even said that. What are you talking about? This is
Gotta do
slander.
laundry.
Bearing false witness over here. What the heck?
She said we're out of orange juice. I gotta go get some.
I resemble that remark.
Oh,
Yes.
dude. Oh, what do you think of last night? Last night was crazy. After they played their uh intro, the like he said there like they went blank, I guess, because like the got knocked off the air because
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. It said that content got taken down or something.
yeah, and then it got put back up again, I guess.
Huh.
Taken down and put back up. Story of my life.
I hope
That's
Christopher Pike shows up in the chat. I really do.
I hope he doesn't do that. No,
I
I
hope
think he will.
I
Who?
hope he comes to share some of his lovely wisdom. Christopher Pike is Christian's true persona. You
Yeah.
know that Simpsons episode where like it's revealed that like Bart isn't really Bart, like the real Bart is like chained in the attic and is like been held captive the entire time. Yeah, that's what's going on with Christopher Pike.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Claude.
can you hear us, Claude?
Hello.
Claude,
Hi,
can you
Claude.
hear us?
Hello. Hello.
I seem to have lost.
Oh no, we can't hear Claude. I mean,
To
Oh
the
we
no,
can't hear
Claude's
us.
house.
audio isn't working.
Oh
No,
no,
All
he
you
he
gotta
left.
do
disappeared.
Claude.
Oh God. But it was crazy last night.
is stop and shop.
Where was the witches episode or whatever?
Oh yeah, where's the
I don't
witches at?
know.
Oh, I thought there
Aiden,
was the Proverbs guy. We're talking about witches or something.
Get them witches.
I don't know. I think Aiden's one of them, right? Aiden?
Oh, somebody in the chat said play the witches.
Oh.
I am one of the witches. There is photographic
I need to know
evidence
more
of
about the
this.
witches.
I've seen it.
I wish you didn't, but yeah, you have.
Oh.
Who is this
Oh.
man of the maining? Is that Dan?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
Guess who else is here? The
Dustin
great and
Buck.
the
Hey, Dustin.
Good morning.
only.
How you
Dustin
doing?
Buck's here.
Hi, Dustin.
How's it
Yeah,
going, everybody?
how are
Good.
Hey,
you?
hey,
Good. No
Dustin.
complaints.
What in
I'm
the
not sure
actual
how long
world?
this is going to work out before my phone drops out, FYI.
7 minutes.
That's all right.
Fair
We can
enough.
hear you.
How
How
you
are you
been,
today?
Dustin?
Yeah,
I'm alive and well. How's everybody doing?
good.
Doing good.
Doing good.
Sunday morning. Weather's nice. Not much to complain about, really.
Ish.
Sunday, Sunday.
That's right. Sunday fun day, as you might even say.
Mark of day.
That
Oh,
is correct.
Uh,
uh,
Tomorrow's going to be so miserable. I'm going to be standing in the rain all day.
Oh
oh,
boy, that's not gonna be fun.
but tomorrow's. Claude said one of their latest shorts was about witches in the church today. What
Oh.
do you think of this, Dustin? You should know he's Dustin.
No, well, yeah, there's lots of witches in the church, right? That's where they go to seek refuge.
Really?
Absolutely.
Never heard that before. I thought witches were kind
Well,
of
okay,
like
well then, okay, let me ask you this: Why
sure
does why do they have to have a Church of Satan?
to LARP and
Ha-
troll.
To also have a stronghold that can't be messed with in the legal field.
Oh, what do you think of
Because
that?
you're considered a religion. You're considered a religion that gives you protected status.
Yeah, but you know that atheists or Satanists have you are mostly just atheist trolling. They don't actually believe in Satan or God or any of it.
I
It's just
mean,
an attempt
from
to
your
keep people off.
perspective, from your perspective, that makes sense. But if you were to ask them, they would make the same claim about Christians.
What, that Christians don't really believe that they're just trolling?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, absolutely. What? Absolutely. That's exactly their perspective on the matter.
I
Unless
I think that
they
applies to a lot of folks, though. I think a
I
lot of people
disagree with
are
that. I
in it
disagree with that.
just for the fun
I've
of it.
Yeah,
eh,
I don't agree with that either.
many
what do you
times
mean?
I've been accused Many times I've been accused of secretly being the agent of some kind of demonic entity or some kind of satanic cabal, and yet never once have I ever had to resorted to, well, I don't think you're a real Christian. I don't think that you're really a Christian. I don't think you really believe in Jesus. I've never said that to any of them.
Yeah, I've never heard any atheists really say that about a Christian. It's only
What,
said the
that
other way
Christians?
by
What do you mean?
well, we don't
What do you mean
we don't ever say that
when they say
Christians
when they
don't
claim
believe in
sky
Jesus.
when they claim
What's
Sky
that, Bill?
Daddy, Sky Daddy, Sky Daddy, or that like our Sky Daddy's imaginary?
But
Hello?
we're not saying that you don't believe in it. We're not saying that you don't believe
Well,
in
what?
quote unquote Sky Daddy.
So it's delusionary. So it's delusionary, right? Like, I mean, then the same argument applies, right? Any category you can apply to the argument applies in the opposite direction. Math is transferable.
Guess who's here?
What?
Asshole,
Hi,
I
Look,
Asa.
missed you.
Hey, boys.
Socratic dialogue is not based on mathematics. Just because you have a position
Okay.
doesn't mean that it equally applies the other way.
What do you mean?
It's a
In what
fact
respect?
that the majority of people who claim to be Satanists are just atheists trying to get a rise out of Christians. That's well
Can
known.
you
They
give
admit
me?
that.
Can you give me an
Obvious.
example? Can you give me an example then? If it's so obvious and it's so well known, give me a clear example where the premise can't be applied in both directions regardless of category. Give me a clear example.
okay, well, the one that we gave earlier of Stephen Bolin and Achilles and their ilk constantly claiming that I'm some kind of agent of Satan or Baal or some kind of demonic force that exists out there, and me never once claiming that they didn't believe in Jesus or that there's some agent of some kind of horrible evil organization. So there's an
Let me
example of them making an
allow
argument
me
towards me that was not applied in the other direction.
allow me to retort. Allow me to retort. What
Okay,
is it
go
that
ahead. Please
Satanists
do.
make the argument against most Christians that they're anti-science? That we're trying to argue against your position. Your position is imaginary, and that we were sent doctrine that you're supposedly abusing. That argument doesn't apply to the antithesis and doesn't almost check every single box. I'm not exactly perfect, but can you show me the flaw in my logic?
So Christian will say that we don't believe in we believe in God, but we're
Sure.
suppressing it because we want to sin. That's one thing that's said. And then it's also said that we believe in Satan when we don't believe in any supernatural characters. But I've never heard an atheist say, you don't believe in God, even though we may think that God is a delusion in your mind. We never think that you don't believe in it or say that you don't
No,
believe in a
but
God or
a Satanist
those are
might
different.
imply that
Those are different.
a Satanist might imply that a
Those are
Christian is a non-believer or a denier in science. So that principle applies in both directions, regardless of how you try to wiggle out of it.
Well, a denier in science is a completely different thing, isn't it?
So there's a distinction all of a sudden. So there's a distinction. So
I mean,
categories all of a sudden
if
matter.
somebody is denying the scientific theory of evolution as being something that is consistent beyond reasonable doubt, then I don't see how that wouldn't be perceived as being a science denier, because the theory of evolution is part of the body of science. It is accepted by plenty of other scientific disciplines and is necessary for other scientific disciplines in many cases.
That's an irrelevant
Worldwide.
argument. That's an irrelevant argument, Aiden, and you know it. That's irrelevant to the point, and
What do
that's
you mean?
irrelevant to the question. It's completely irrelevant. The whole regard of this conversation was about whether or not math would apply to logic, right? What are you
Dustin,
talking about right
you
now?
said
I'm lost.
earlier Dustin, you
That's
said
not
earlier that the claim
absolutely
made by atheists might be that that Christians are denying science or being science deniers. And my retort
How
to that
many?
was absolutely on top. Hold on, let me finish. My retort to that was absolutely on topic because I was simply pointing out that if somebody is denying something like the scientific theory of evolution, then that is tantamount to science denialism.
See, there you
That is
go. You're
absolutely
now
on
now
point
all of
and
a
on
sudden,
topic.
but you're sitting there trying to grant yourself that the theory of evolution is a proven fact in everybody's mind, right? That's not the
It's not
case, and you
proven.
refuse
There's
to
no
accept
proof.
that.
There's no proof
Well, then,
in evolution.
then what am I denying if there's no proof?
Evidence from
Evidence. I'm
multidisciplinary
denying
science.
evidence. Or my
Yeah.
conclusion doesn't
That's
align with
correct.
yours, so you have to call it denial. My conclusion just doesn't align with yours. There's more than
It's
one
denial
way
of
to
science.
interpret evidence. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Dustin.
It's a different
Dustin.
view of science that you don't agree with.
Look, if different views within science is not an inherently bad thing. As a matter of fact, within the scientific
I can't
community,
tell.
different views. Well, let me finish. Different views are something that, yeah, you are going to be opined for, but that doesn't inherently mean that what you're doing is a bad thing. Okay?
I
In
can't tell.
science, if you get pushback, let me finish. If you get
I'm not
pushback
interrupting you.
on your theory, okay, well, if you get pushback on your theory in science, that's not inherently a bad thing. That doesn't mean that you're doing a bad thing. That just means that people are challenging you to
Then I'm not doing a
provide
bad thing
a
right now
theory with
either.
provide a theory with equivalent evidence that is consistent beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you cannot do that, you are denying the
What
current
theory?
scientific paradigm that is in place. There used to be, like,
What
germ
theory is?
theory was not, at one point in human history, not the predominant scientific theory for medicine. Hippocratic theory was. So at one point in time, Hippocratic medicine stood where our current understanding of germ theory does, and germ theory had to prove through evidence and through much pushback from the Hippocratic community that their evidence was better, that their evidence was more consistent beyond reasonable doubt, and that's why Hippocratic medicine isn't practiced anymore.
What about hypocriteness?
That's right.
Oh, sorry.
No, but I'm just saying, like, if you get pushback, that doesn't make you a bad person, but it is factually accurate that those people that believed in germ theory were science deniers until their science supplanted that current science. Being a science denier is not an inherently bad thing if you have evidence, because evidence is tantamount within the scientific community. Unless your theory is consistent beyond reasonable doubt, and unless it
I'm
can be
losing ya.
tested and repeated in a
Losing
laboratory
ya.
setting. Well,
And
what are you
also,
losing me on, Dustin?
also, you started with a biblical conclusion, which is
Are you
not following the scientific method. So,
roboting, or is
am
I
I
think that's on
roboting?
your end, Dustin.
that
Everybody sounds
me?
perfectly clear to me. I think that's you, Dustin.
Yeah, Dustin's cutting out on my end.
Well, I just want to go back to the original point that I made, which was that most Satanists are LARPing. They're doing it to get kicks out of pissing off Christians.
Well, they're
And
the
that's,
temple of that's the temple of Satan. Who
yeah,
I mean, they look at Satan as a metaphorical character and not
yeah.
as a
Right.
literal Satan. Then you have the
And
Church of Satan, which does view. I mean, they do view Satan as a real, literal character. So there's
But
a
that's a very
distinction
small
there
group,
between
though.
the two organizations.
Oh, like
yeah,
the
but
guy.
we don't deal with those. We deal with the Aaron Ra types that are
Right.
members of the
That's
Temple
the
of Satan
temple of
that
Satan. Yeah.
are
The
LARPing. They
TSTs.
are mocking Christianity in their
Well,
practice. That is
Mark,
what they're doing.
as a member myself of the TST, it's not necessarily a mocking, but it is. But it's more a tool where we become a 501 to be able to combat, Christianity putting, or even, say the Muslims putting something in church or courthouses, courtyards, yada, yada, yada.
Sure.
So it's a tool that we have to implement to be on the same footing as a Christian
It's a
by
check.
saying the
It's a
religious
check.
part of it.
It's a check. It's like, hey, you can do this, so can I.
Right, exactly. But so you and Dustin were both right in a sense. but I don't understand what he was going on about,
Well,
denying science part. But
I think that his argument hinged on this idea that being a science denier is inherently a bad thing, and I don't think that that's true. If you are a science denier and you do not have evidence to justify your science denialism, then yeah, you're obviously going to be subject to ridicule, because the next logical question from that point is, okay, if you don't have sufficient evidence, then on what basis are you denying this? Of course there's going to be criticism at that point.
And
But
what's your
just denying
model to
science is not
replace
bad.
it? What is your model to replace the existing theory of evolution? That's
Actually
what.
need a scientific model to replace it, Big Bad Mama.
Oh yeah, is that Mark Reed?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We had that discussion with him.
Oh,
Aiden and Mark Reed got into a big debate over miasma theory being
You think,
replaced
but yeah,
by.
that's
Oh, I
right,
was there.
miasma.
I was there,
Yeah.
and I'm the one that called him out that miasma was not a scientific theory.
No, you're right, Big Bad Mama. That was you.
It was a
That
medical
was an
theory.
interesting discussion.
Yeah, that was a good discussion.
oh, do you guys know that Steven he's asked me to ask Claude who like to debate Claude over Ken's taxes.
Really? So they're going to debate over the Kent's taxes?
He wanted to last night, but I could probably tell him that Claude would like to debate him. Right,
Well,
Dustin?
Claude's in Greece, so he's not going to be around at night.
He's in
matter
Singapore
what.
right now.
Oh, he's in Singapore.
Claude
Okay.
and
Yeah.
Achilles are going to throw down in a cage match on top of Mount Olympus in Greece.
I just want to point out the
Live.
fact
Ooh.
that the justice system already settled that debate.
I don't know
That
about
case has been closed for quite a while.
yeah, I know, but he said he would debate him over that because what's his name? Claude wants to debate him all the time about it. Right,
That'd be a
Dustin?
good debate.
Are you there, Dustin?
Well, Stephen has
Well, I'm
bought the
here.
lie of John David Roy Atchison being the lead prosecutor on Kent's case, and of course, we know that Atchison had some very, very dirty skeletons in his closet. But when you really look into it, Atchison didn't have anything to do with that case.
He was virtually a non-participant.
He filed a duplicate document that was retracted, essentially giving him no role in the case whatsoever.
And the lies about the judge herself. Just blatant lies.
The thing that baffles me about those lies is that unlike the whole Cindy, the Cindy body slamming thing where there's audio, but he can still he has just enough ambiguity that he can try to craft this fake narrative out of it. In contrast to this with the judge and with Roy Atkinson, those things are provably false. You literally cannot stand on those arguments because the legal documentation doesn't back that up. So they're resorted to say, oh, well, they edited that. They changed it.
Well, that's a claim that would require copious amounts of evidence, which there is none.
Dustin, are you back with us?
I
Yeah,
disagree
I'm
with
here.
Aiden.
I'm just-
Denying one theory of biology does not mean denying all of science of the process. No, I'm not saying that you're denying all of science. If that's the point that you think that I was trying to make, then that's not the point I was trying to illustrate. I'm not saying that you're denying all of science. I'm saying that you're denying a component of science. And that's something that I try to point out with people like Steven and Achilles, is that you guys have no problem accepting 99.9% of science, but it's just this one little bit that all of science has no problem accepting, but you don't.
Well, Aiden, I
Okay,
would say it's a
can I
larger chunk than
respond?
that because, wait a minute.
I
wait a
agree.
minute.
I'm just trying to emphasize the huge body of other science that they accept.
Because it involves genetics, biology, geology. It's a pretty large chunk of science that they're denying. So yeah, go ahead, Dustin.
Okay. Look, you guys are talking out of both sides of your mouth when you say most consistent with beyond the shadow of a doubt. Science does not work that way. Science works on the best guess. That's all it is. That is it.
Well, it's
It
not a
is the
guess.
best educate. That is what is a hypothesis? It's a guess. What is a theory?
Well, I'm
It's a
talking
guess. What is a
theory.
prediction? It's a guess.
Oh,
It's an
No,
educated
not a
guess. It's
theory is
okay.
not a
So
guess.
I can't speak
A
then.
theory is
Okay,
not a
look,
guess.
I'm
Go ahead.
gonna go and start my own show and talk to myself. Where the only one who's interrupting me is me. Have a nice day.
Bye,
God.
Oh
bye,
my
Dustin.
goodness.
We'll see you later.
Dustin gets dragged around left, right, and center over on the Proverbs guys and still sticks around all the time. And we interrupt him like once or twice over here, like we do anybody in a conversation, and he leaves. Okay. I actually wanted to have a discussion with you about that, Dustin. A
And don't,
hypothesis is not equivalent to a scientific theory. It's the basis on which one is constructed, sure, but a hypothesis in of itself is not just a guess. You're not just throwing random guesses out there. You're doing that based on variables that are known about the environment and that are known about the thing on which you're hypothesizing. Like and even if I were to grant to you that it was an educated guess, quote unquote, that doesn't mean that a hypothesis is the entirety of a theory.
You serious?
No, there could be many hypotheses in a theory, and there are in evolution.
Serious?
You didn't need to
Dustin,
leave, Dustin. We would have
I
given
mean,
you an opportunity to talk.
when Dustin comes on and says a theory is just a guess, I mean, how does he expect us to react to that? I mean, that is just one of the most ridiculous statements I've ever heard.
Well,
By
Dustin
the
is
time it
acting
gets
like
to, yeah, go
there's
ahead.
He's
no
using the
gap.
colloquial
There's
version
no.
of theory.
Hang on, Aiden.
Well, yeah.
Dustin wants to act like there's no gaps in our understanding of science, that it's all being presented as perfectly concluded, and that's not the case. That's not how science works. There's always gaps in our knowledge, and we're always trying to fill those gaps with correct information. It's not like a best guess situation. It's, hey, we have these working theories. We have to make them comprehensive and cohesive across all fields, and we don't always get that. For example, quantum theory and relativity, they do not come to the same conclusions when applied in the same domains.
Yeah, we haven't been able to marry those two together.
Right, we haven't been able to yet marry those two together, but that doesn't mean that the science is wrong. That doesn't mean that the science is settled. It just means that there's gaps in our knowledge that's incumbent upon us to figure out.
What do you think, asshole? You should know you're an asshole.
oh, duh. I think I'm an asshole. What order does there have to be? That's why I keep saying you don't have to understand these things. Just have a basic, knowledge of something, like what a scientific hypothesis or, a theory, especially because automatically I hear that way too many times, just regurgitated. Oh, it's just a theory. It's just a theory. No,
Right.
It's the closest thing we've got to a law, in science that you can get without being a law.
Well, no, that's not even true. A law is superseded by a theory in science. Scientific laws, a theory is typically made up of a body of scientific laws.
No, that's what I'm saying. A theory isn't a law, but it's as close as to a scientific law as you can get without being a law. Unless somebody comes and challenges what's already known. That's what science is all about.
Yeah, in order to defeat a
science, Nebraska Man and all these other ones that theists want to cling on to me, that just proves how well science works. That it corrects itself, when need be. It doesn't think, oh, we made a mistake, so we're stupid. That's not what science is about.
Well, and it's not dogmatic either.
Right.
So these people will say on one hand, oh, science is a religion, or evolution is a religion, and you just blindly believe these things. But then on the other hand, they'll say, oh, they change these things all the time. They just like to change it. Whenever they think that their evidence is wrong, they just add another billion years on top of it. So which one is it? Are we a religion which inherently requires dogmatic beliefs, or have we eschewed dogma in favor of actually trying to follow the evidence?
Can I
science
I
is a religion. Does that mean we're going to fight over KJV only scientific books now?
That's right.
can I interject real quick?
Sorry, go ahead.
So
Sorry.
so what's interesting about this conversation, especially when it comes to evolution, some people might not notice, but there were different theories of evolution. One of the most popular ones was Lamarckianism, right? And it's essentially the challenge was that Lamarckianism had its own idea as to how organisms or species change over time and evolve. Right now, of course, Lamarckianism and Darwinian evolution has been debunked mainly because we have way better explanations now due to the technology we have and an understanding of cells and the allele frequencies
Did
that
you say
exist.
Darwinian evolution was debunked?
Yes, When I say Darwinian evolution, I mean the type of the type that is described in his book.
Well, natural
Yeah, and origin.
selection has
Yes.
not been debunked. I mean,
No,
natural.
it's been added to and proved.
It's been added to with genetics and
There
different
there
things,
are
genetic drift and sexual selection, but natural selection
no
is still very
Darwin didn't know
much
about
alive.
stuff like that. The
You're
his
right.
Yeah, but
proposition.
you said he was debunked.
Yeah,
No,
that's not true.
hold on. Let me finish. Right. The explanation
Who's screaming in the background?
yeah,
Carp.
that was distracting.
Oh, that's
Wasn't me.
nice, Chris. That's pretty Christian.
um, no. So what I'm saying is
Y'all
the
seeing this right now?
observation. Jesus Christ.
I heard of
The
Jesus
Christian,
Christ.
shut up. Someone's trying to talk.
Sorry.
the the the
That was beautiful.
observation that Darwin made are true. Explaining explaining the phenomena as in the mechanics behind the observations, right? A lot of what he assumed is not correct, right? And so if it's a situation where the basis of his explanation as to what caused certain species to speciate, for example, if that's not true, then his theory, right, that he came up with is not true. Parts of it is true. It's for the same reason where you can look at Lamarckian evolution, right, and you can see that parts of Lamarckian evolution is true. It's reflective of reality, right? It is not accepted as the proper explanation of the evolutionary process. So that's what I mean. In the same way, Lamarckianism, right, as it's explained when you take it for what it is, right, isn't true. It's the same thing that with Darwin's specific explanation, right? But that's only as a result of us obviously having more information and understanding genetics, right?
Right, and that's not being debunked, though. It's being, you're building upon the
This is why
theory.
they this
Just
is why they
lacking the
use
information is all that is.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
I said,
if
that's what
if he
science
had
is.
said that it was
Absolutely. Oh,
if he
sorry. Go
said
ahead.
it wasn't due to no, sorry, no, I'm sorry, Azo. There's a bit of a delay, I think, on my phone compared to my computer,
Oh,
so I'm
you're
not
fine. I
trying to
just said,
overtalk.
go ahead.
Um, if if Darwin had said, this is due to something besides genes, like all this process is due to, I don't know, rather than genetic chromosomes, whatever alternate theory he might have had, but he didn't really commentate on that, so to speak. He was
good.
more trying to point out observable changes within species, primarily in relation to geographic separation.
Yeah, and Lamarck was essentially trying to present his own ideas of what he was observing. It turns out he was wrong, right? But he was using the same. He was observing the same thing Darwin was observing, right? He was just trying to. How should I put this? he was more focused on different. So like what you just said, right? Darwin focused more so on the environment, right? And as to the mechanism that drives evolution, right? Lamarck is more focused on passing the mechanisms of passing down traits and trying to explain how and
Tr-
why
tr-
traits got passed down.
Traits acquired during lifetime, though. Lamarck was trying to explain traits that were acquired during a life and not. Darwin went for a genetic component of. So he was correct in his theory
He
was
wouldn't know
correct.
about genetics because he didn't know genetics
Well,
was a
he knew
thing.
that they were passed down from generation to generation. He didn't know about DNA and
Yeah,
genetics,
but
but he didn't.
Lamarck didn't deny that. That's my point. What I'm saying is they're looking at the same thing. Lamarck he didn't deny evolution or even Darwinian evolution, right? What he was challenging was the mechanism that was presented by Darwin
Well, I have a
as to
question.
how it take place. Go ahead.
Yeah, we should ask Mark about his Markinism. What do you think, Mark?
This is Markinism.
There's somebody named Kirby in the chat
He's
saying that
whining.
Dustin got kicked. Gangster Ghost, you're the only one that has the authority to boot people out. Can you confirm to them that Dustin was not kicked?
He was a kick, but I'm not the only one. That would be Brother Pike, but I don't think he was in here.
No, he announced. He announced he was leaving. Well, if I can't talk, blah blah blah, huffing and puffing, and he left. He announced it. I think Mark even said that earlier
Yeah,
in
he
one of
said
his
he was
comments.
gonna leave.
And why are we paying attention to BS like Kirby? Sorry, but this is a great conversation. I don't want it interrupted by somebody
No,
whining
I
about
was
something
I
that's
was
not
just
true.
clarifying because
Oh
maybe
no,
they
not you.
are
I'm talking about
genuinely
Kirby
mistaken.
himself. You're actually making sense for once in my life, Aiden. I didn't want to ruin it.
Hey, Dean.
Damn, bro.
Hey, Dean. Lamarck died in like 1829 when Darwin was like 20 years old. So, what would he have known about Darwinian evolution?
We got to consider that, considering Darwin didn't have a lot of what we have today, or even
Well, I want that
he
question. I
did a
want him to
great
answer
job.
that. I
Yeah,
want him to
So
answer
Yeah,
that question.
I
yeah, I
agree.
know.
I agree.
so the examples being at least what I would use. Let me show you. Pull up the article real quick.
But you said Lamarck
Evolution.
accepted Darwinian evolution.
Yeah, when I say Darwin and evolution, I'm talking about the same. He had the same observations. Does that make sense?
But the
Like he
mechanisms
would.
of Darwinian evolution weren't understood before Darwin.
No. When I say, so that's what I'm saying. Do we have the same explanations as Darwin right now, right, as he understood them? No, we have a better explanation. So, so it's not just to say, well, Darwin was completely wrong, right? Like you said earlier, there are parts of it that just doesn't work, right? And we understand why it doesn't work, right? So we don't use those parts anymore, right? What I'm saying is that, damn, what's the name of the scientist? Okay.
Which parts of Darwin don't work?
Hold on 1 second. I gotta do one thing at a time. Give me 1 second.
One topic at a time.
Well, we are men. We don't multitask. Evolution hasn't caught up with us yet.
Okay.
Deviant Outcast is in the comments. Oh my goodness, Deviant, come join us.
We're shutting down now.
Chuck, come join us.
Okay. So mainly what I'm referring to is
You get them, DAO.
mainly what I'm referring to is the Russian scientist who was trying to use Lamarckian evolution, right,
Lysenko?
during his genetic
Lysenkoism?
experiment. Yeah, Lysenko. Yes, yes. That's. I think I probably misspoke, but that's specifically what I'm referring to, where the mechanisms of what you observe is like, I think that's different than the actual mechanism itself, the observation itself. Like I can observe, you know, evolution, right? And I can observe the effects of the environment on a species, right? And what might cause speciation, right? But in terms of the direct mechanisms of that, that's a whole nother story. So what I was saying is that in if Darwin didn't have access to genetics, right? He understood what genetics do because we're talking from our perspective because we have more knowledge in that regard, but he didn't know about, like, you know, DNA, proteins, quote unquote junk DNA, right? Like he didn't know about stuff like that and how it affects speciation, how it causes animals to evolve, or species to evolve over time, stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like we're not doing science solely based off of what Darwin experience wrote down in his book.
Well, that's
We're
true, but
doing,
you did
yeah.
you did use the word debunked, which was not the word to use.
I said debunked his explanation
Well,
for
you said that
speciation.
Darwinian evolution was debunked at
Yes,
the
and it
beginning,
yeah, yeah,
before
it's
you
debunked.
clarified.
Yes, I did say that,
Uh,
but that doesn't change my point. Mainly because specifically what I'm talking about is the mechanism as to the speciation. That's that's what I'm saying.
He's
We know,
Dean
right?
down.
He's
everybody,
what?
Mr. Logo joined. Mr. Logo.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Go
Well,
ahead.
to be fair,
Somebody's
Darwin
making a
wasn't
lot of.
really unaware. Can you hear me?
So, yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
Is it me?
Yeah, there's some like wind or something from somebody.
That's me. But Mr. Logo, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Do you have any say? What do you think?
Oh, I said already. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. But what the? Who disappeared? Big Bad Mama.
No!
But
And stay out.
Probably an internet issue.
that was funny. But I want to ask, would you like to see a debate between Claude versus Steven over Ken Hova's taxes? What do you think, Batman?
Man,
Repeat,
Claude's
repeat
been
your question.
feisty lately.
Oh,
He's
Can you
tearing it
repeat
up
your
in the
question,
chat.
Gangster Ghost? I didn't hear you.
yeah. Steve was talking about debating Claude over Kent's taxes.
Oh,
And
I
The
don't know
evolution of his
about
taxes
that.
at that.
That's right. That's right. The evolution of Kent's tax crimes was the debate topic.
It all
Which
started when he stole his first candy bar, and it progressed from
that's
the
right.
or evolved,
That's
I should
right.
say.
yeah, would that be a great debate?
No, but these words like theory and evolution, like they
Hypothesis.
have scientific uses and they have colloquial uses. And the
Yeah.
Proverbs guys have very clearly hijacked the colloquial version of theory, which is why whenever the word theory gets brought up, they say, oh, a theory is just a guess. No, it's
Yeah,
not. That's the
definitely not.
colloquial definition of the word theory. The same way that for evolution to mean something is getting better over time, that's not what the actual theory of evolution says. It's the theory of evolution just describes the change within population genetics over time. That's what evolution describes. But the colloquial version of evolution, yes. You know, if you're talking about the evolution of the car or the evolution of, you know, space flight. You know, you're talking about a system that is improving over time and refining itself as understanding is achieved. But those two things are not the same thing. And
Hmm.
I wish more people would call them out when they try using these colloquialisms. And I think, unfortunately, Dustin has heard. Maybe he's come to this conclusion on his own, but I do know that Dustin frequents the Proverbs Guys channel, and it would not surprise me, I should say, if Dustin has heard this from them and just accepted it to be true. And I'm sorry, but it's not.
Yeah, the first four of these so-called six definitions, what many bring up, right, are just colloquial usages of the word evolution, and in that sense, it just means development, right? Like when Kant, for example, says chemical evolution or stellar evolution or something, right? This is like abiogenesis
Yeah,
and,
like
and nucleosynthesis and not evolution. I mean, in a colloquial sense, there's also now an evolution of tanks in Ukraine or something, that they are building these cages on top, right, against the drones, and then add a jammer or something. So
I
that
will.
his number 5 is nothing than a straw man, right? That would be turn into lotion, and
I
6 is mutation. So none of these topics are actually evolution. What he's addressing, right? That's the funny thing, that he's not even addressing the topic at
no,
all.
you're right. I like your term turn into Lucian. That's pretty good.
I think the interesting part is that there's like I call it selective bias in this situation, where I think they accept certain parts or benefits, right? They acknowledge certain things, but for whatever reason, deny other aspects of things, right? Like I'm sorry if you don't think if you can accept the theory or theories that can produce your mobile phone and the supercomputer, that's on your desktop, right? I don't see any reason to deny the theory that, I don't know, allows us to fight cancer and cure a lot of diseases.
Yeah,
And
vaccinate people against horrific diseases like polio and
yeah,
smallpox, and yeah, create new developments to better combat those things than ones we had previous had access to before. Yeah, you're right. And when it comes to the propagation of their misinformation about evolution, it's never actually getting into any of the journals. It's never getting into any of the data that's being expressed. It's never any of that. It's just different layers of incredulity stacked on top of, religious dogmatic belief, and then served with a side helping of more incredulity. So,
I do find it interesting though, in that like they'll look at um cosmology, for example, right? And be like, well, look at all of the order that exists in the universe, and that is reflective of God. But for some strange reason, when you look at the biological process of speciation that literally maintains living creatures on the planet, right? You look at that and somehow that doesn't reflect God to you. That is so weird to me. It seems
well,
contradicting,
it seems
right?
it's an argument that could be made for literally anything. You can literally replace God in that argument with leprechauns, and it would not change a single thing about that argument whatsoever. Look how complex this universe is. Look how wonderfully organized it is. Isn't that just such stunning evidence that leprechauns exist? Because surely out there somewhere, they have to be there, right?
Yeah,
Like
but if you, but
it's a fallacious argument, and it could be made even more specifically. I could say that it could be just equally applied to any other religion as well. Look at this universe. Isn't it lovely that all of these planets came out of Vishnu's navel, like it's just stupid as far
yeah,
as I'm concerned, because the Bible is very clear that faith is what's required here, not evidence. And faith is the substance of things hoped for and the belief in things unseen. That's not
The evidence of things
science.
unseen. Faith is the evidence.
The evidence
Yeah.
of things unseen. Thank you, Mark. I
Yeah.
misquoted it a little bit.
I
But
mean, that's not necessarily the ultimate point that I was making. The ultimate point that I was making is that you're already predisposed to the belief in God, right? You look at all these phenomena and you see order and all of that stuff, and you look at the scientific explanations and you accept those things, right? But when it comes to this one thing, this one theory, this one aspect of science, you do not accept it.
Oh,
That's the point that I'm trying to make. You don't
I'm still
think,
trying to see where the order is in life. I mean, I
huh?
really don't see it. I don't see the order that you're talking about.
You don't see any order?
99% of the cosmos wants to kill us. Is that the order you're talking about?
No, I mean the universe is intelligible. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be able to make any form of predictions or even form science. I mean, biology is intelligible, right? You exist in a symmetrical way that allows you to function and reproduce. Like,
yeah, but that doesn't mean that the intelligibility does not inherently grant one some level of comfort. Like intelligibility also creates malaria and
Cancer.
tsunamis
sure, but
and
sure, but that's not my point. My point is that they look at the intelligibility of everything and they say thumbs up, right? But when it comes to this one thing, they say thumbs down. And that's the confusion that I'm having.
yeah. No, I see the point that you're making, Dean, and I appreciate it. Because it is a good point. It's to highlight their selective it's to highlight their selective reasoning. Thank
wow.
you.
Well,
Thank you, Gangster Ghost, for that valuable contribution to the conversation.
sorry, but they.
No, don't be sorry. It was great. Um, I think that, and I've pointed this out before, if only they actually took the time to look into this science the way that I've looked into their religion. Whenever I make an argument about their religion, it's never coming from incredulity. It's never coming from a place of ignorance. It's never coming from a nuh-uh. It's coming from a specific, studied dissection of claims that are made and looking at those claims and asking people either what they think about those claims or asking about the implications of them and weighing those against those that I buy into being true. That I think is a very healthy,
Yeah.
genuine Socratic dialogue. But if I were to go to them and I were just to do what Dustin was saying, if I were to just say, "Oh, you just believe in your sky daddy. Oh, you just think it's just nothing but a whole bunch of sky daddy woo wah. Okay, well, whatever. You can go ahead and think that all you want." That would be engaging with them on the level that they engage with us on. And I pride myself in knowing that we hold ourselves to a higher standard around
Yeah.
here. No.
I think it's pretty interesting because yesterday I decided to I don't know if you guys know Richard Matson. You probably know him. We were in his hangout yesterday, and he was bored, so I decided to tickle his brain and spark a conversation, um, starting about the measurement of the speed of light, where we have not measured it one way, we've only measured it two ways, right? It's two types of measurements, right? And the reason why the current measurement exists is that it exists in the form of partially in the form of a convention, as in we have to agree on certain things in order for us to take a accurate measurement.
Are you
And
talking about C?
yes, and the motivation as to why C, mainly because when we were trying to explain the time dilation aspect of things and all that stuff. Now, Richard, his position on these things are a little bit different. And so that's part of the conversation. But then we ended up getting into gravity, right? And some people assume that he's like all about the electric universe and gravity doesn't exist. He does think gravity exists. He just doesn't think that it's a distortion in the space-time fabric. He sees it as a force, right? And so his ideas on certain things are going to differ. Like he doesn't think black holes are a thing, right? Um, for various reasons, but a lot of those
He
ideas,
doesn't think that black holes are a thing?
no,
I
not
mean,
convinced.
what
And
what
we have
what's at the
measured
center
light.
of what's at the center of our galaxy then that's keeping our galaxy together? Because the
I
mass
got
of
a
our
little bit.
galaxy as it exists right now certainly isn't sufficient to pull everything together. There has to be something of absolutely gargantuan mass in the center of our galaxy holding all of this together, and we see that in Sagittarius A.
Yeah, but the problem that you run into is the amount of mass that makes up Sagittarius A versus the rest of the mass in the galaxy, and Sagittarius A does not make up most of the mass within the galaxy. So it's not a
No, it
one-to-one
doesn't have to make up
comparison.
most of it. It just has to make up enough of it compared to all of the disparate parts of the galaxy
Hmm.
to be able to keep things stable and together. Now, there's other forces that do keep our galaxies coherent, like dark energy.
Well,
Um,
dark energy is referring to the expansion of the space-time fabric or the expansion of the universe, right?
or no,
Dark
it's dark
dark
matter.
matter.
Dark matter is
Yeah,
what. No, you're correct. You're correct.
so dark matter is the problem that we run into, right, is the gravity well, right? Based on our calculations and based on the mass, because like the mass of the sun, right? We can look at the mass of the sun, see what percentage of the solar system it takes up. It takes up vastly, um, m- um, most of the mass within the solar system, right? And so we look at that and we look at the gravity well, and we're like, okay, cool, this makes sense. That's not the case for Sagittarius A. And so the well isn't big enough, right? Or large enough, I should say, that would justify the everything orbiting. And this is
Oh,
where
that.
they say dark matter comes into play, right?
It's not just the Milky Way though. There's other galaxies
Yeah.
that we see with nucleic like galactic cores that do have smaller gravity wells, but that's not because it's incapable of sustaining. It's because the black hole at the center of the galaxy, especially with our example of Sagittarius A, is in what we call a quote unquote dormant period, where it's not eating, so to speak, a lot of other stars. It's not absorbing a lot of mass right
Considered
now
a quasar at
relative
that point.
to what. Oh, it's definitely not big enough to be a quasar. No, quasars are something that we don't observe for at least 150 million light years. They're something that are very far away from us, and thank goodness they're very far away from us, because if there was one even close in our neighborhood, it would probably outshine the sun and it would
Oh
make
yeah.
life impossible on Earth. But anyways, um, yeah, the Sagittarius A is not consistent in terms of its gravity well, because if it consumes a lot of mass, it fluctuates it's almost a spiraling kind of effect where the more mass it eats, its gravity well increases, grows larger, gets more mass, it attracts more into it. But it seems evident, just real quick, I'm almost done. It seems evident in the neighborhood of stars directly surrounding Sagittarius A that it has already consumed a fair amount of its local neighborhood, and it doesn't have as much mass to be able to feed on, quote unquote, at this moment in time. Now, galactic rotation will see to it that that won't always be the case. but it is the case right now.
Try to scare your hiccups away.
Ah! Ah! No, I do
So
got the lupin. I do got the lupins pretty bad right now. It's true. I don't know why I've got as many hiccups as
Oh,
I do. I haven't even started drinking yet, Chuck.
Aiden. Hi, Aiden.
Hi.
Do you want to know how to get rid of hiccups?
Maybe.
Okay, this is what you do. Okay. What I do to get rid of hiccups is you take a deep breath in as deep as you can, hold it, and then you take sips of air. So like, and hold that shit. Hold that shit until your diaphragm straightens out.
don't forget to squeeze your butt cheeks.
No, disregard that. Hey, Mark. Mark's
And
in
you
the
have to
chat.
stand on one foot.
No,
and,
you don't. But this
and
has
you have to
always
sing.
worked for me.
All
And you
I
have
do
to
is just
sing
hold
your
my
hymn.
breath.
You have to sing "Oh Canada," and then it will go away. You know.
I don't
Oh,
like the
so
tone of mockery in this live stream currently.
it's okay. I was gonna mock him back and start singing Erica.
So, what did it work, Aiden?
No, it did not work.
Aw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's a backup, and this is weird, but I don't know if you watch Critical. Moist Critical is Penguin
Yeah, that guy.
01
Yeah,
Moist
I've seen
Meter.
a couple videos.
Okay.
Hey, everybody, it's
Yeah.
Charlie
Hey,
here.
everybody, this is Critical. I'm gonna throw this on the Moist Meter. This movie
I'm
fucking stank
looping if
ass.
I did something with. I'm
Uh,
looping if he did something with his life.
So I watched this Lupin stream. It was a real nut slapper. I give it two. I'm gonna give it 3.1 on the moisties. See ya. That's a
Aiden,
pretty
take
good
7
impression, I think.
sips of water, then hold your breath for 20 seconds. Oh my gosh, we're getting all the old wives' tales in here to try and cure my hiccups. All right.
I think
that
my
one helps
my method has
me.
always worked for me, but this is what Critical said. He said a friend told him all you have to do is think in your mind that hiccups do not exist. The concept of hiccups don't exist. Like a fucking, like I mustn't fear mantra in your head. You know what I mean, sort of thing. And
AJ, this
apparently
is
that makes it
GG's
go away.
stream. Stop with the swearing.
It's
Oh,
just
I'm
like
sorry.
it's
I
just like
apologize, Gangster
atheism.
Ghost,
You
for
know,
swearing.
it's
That's all right.
you must
My
become the
bad.
a. You
You
must
forgive
become
me?
the. You
Sorry.
must become the a hiccupist. The a
Mhm.
hiccups don't exist, and then the
So,
hiccup will be gone.
Oh, guess what, everybody? Guess who's here? The great, the one, the only. Miss
Deviant,
House.
Deviant, I need help.
How can I
Bye.
help you, my
Deviant.
dear friend?
Okay. Everyone's giving me their old wives' tales on how to cure these hiccups.
Yeah.
What is there an ancient Egyptian method for curing hiccups?
Yeah, eat the whole crocodile, and then it will be gone. You know?
Just the whole Nile crocodile all at once.
okay, Aiden, I'm going to demonstrate my method. Okay?
No, I'm asking
I know,
Deviant for
but just
advice. Wait,
watch. Just watch. Okay? Can you see my screen?
Deviant, you have to be interrupted at least once per stream. It's law.
I'm
Yes,
sorry. I'm sorry.
that's true.
Okay,
That's true.
it's like this.
Like you're about to start belting out the Star Spangled Banner there.
You hold it like that. That's all.
You look like a
You're gonna take
penguin who is
sips of
trying
air.
to mate.
Shut up. I'm trying to help out a friend. You guys are mocking. Go ahead, Aiden. Sorry.
No, I just can't. It comes like naturally. Sorry.
Can't allow.
So, uh,
It's not Camela. Sorry, go ahead, Deviant.
unfortunately,
It's not cyanide.
the medical papyrus that I know best is the Cahoon gynecological papyrus. So I can't tell you how to get rid of PMS, but hiccups.
Well, that's very useful to me, Deviant. So, lay it on me.
What about PLS?
I can also tell you how to know if you're pregnant or not.
Deviant.
Wow, you know what? I think I'll get that one before the PMS one. I
Deviant,
think
are you
so.
familiar with PLS?
Uh,
Pre-Lupin syndrome?
Damn.
Or maybe post-Lupin syndrome after listening to Lupin. The
Could
loss of
be.
brain
That's
cells.
the loopy loop.
I've got to go to Google for this, Deviant.
If I was at home, I could actually, because I haven't, I can't really come up with a name right now because
I'm saddened that
to
my
be,
method didn't seem to work.
to be frank, I woke up like an hour ago. Uh, it's the it's not the Turin papyrus because that has a very
I just looked at this link for like 5 minutes only to find at the very bottom of it, the ancient Egyptians didn't have much to say about the practice of hiccuping. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Oh,
Well, if they
I
didn't
love
say
that.
if they didn't say much, they must have said something about it, right? That doesn't if they didn't say much, they said something. So why didn't you include that instead of saying, "Oh, it's
Because
probably
you
out
already
there
clicked on the
somewhere"?
article, fucker. Haha, we got your fucking click, dude.
Hey,
Fucking
Yeah.
pranked. Lupin.
AJ.
Ad revenue, bro. Fuck you,
AJ.
dude.
AJ.
I'm a child abuser, dude. Lupin.
AJ.
What?
It's Gangster Ghost stream.
That off.
Stop
Dang it.
cursing.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Gangster Ghost. I'm sorry that
Just
I swore again.
attempt. Control yourself, AJ. I would appreciate it.
Okay, I just got excited.
Oh, would you like to see Claude versus Steven in a debate? Well, I need to tell you something,
Stolen?
Miss Outcast. Yeah,
Mhm.
over
Sure.
kids' taxes.
Maybe only if he yells at him like he did me.
Oh, Miss Outcast, you saw the
Mhm.
PG show last night?
No, I didn't. I
Uh,
didn't.
Bruce came on. He said he saw
No,
my
no,
show.
you did. You've seen Proverbs Guy because you've cried before.
Oh,
That is true. That is
Okay.
true.
well,
Yeah,
Sorry.
I
have you
mean,
ever felt truly hopeless? Have you ever felt like life really just didn't have a point to it or a purpose and that you were just kind
Yes.
of like wandering around in it pointlessly? Well, that, Deviant,
Wasteland.
is
Yes.
what it's
Okay.
like to be, just one moment of what it's like to be a host on the Proverbs Guys channel.
oh, no, last night Bruce came on. He said
Okay.
he saw my show earlier. He
Bruce
said
came on what?
PG show.
What did he come? No, what did he come on?
Uh,
Oh, his show. Okay, go.
I think it was an ancient Egyptian medical papyrus, isn't what
It
Deviant
was
was
a
saying earlier.
cuneiform tablet.
he said he didn't
That's
like
right.
what happened on my show. He said people on there hate God, I guess, because they don't want kids to be uh, raised religious.
They don't want to
Well, I don't.
indoctrinate these kids into things
Oh,
that they don't even
oh,
believe in. They're evil.
I don't
so
have children, but I don't plan on raising them religious personally. I can't say what other people do in their own families.
no,
That's
but
their prerogative.
I just cut
so
out the middleman and not have children.
Yeah,
what's so interesting
I
about
raise
this
other
is
people's
that
children.
I was actually talking yesterday
Sorry.
on the show about uh, the the prolapse teens, their new idea, and Gangster Ghost asked me what I thought about it, and I clearly expressed, Bruce, you freaking liar, that I don't have anything per se against children being raised uh, religious. I said that it was not a good idea when it comes to DAL, for instance, because that is a cult, and we all know that the DAL compound are frequented by pedophiles. Bruce, you liar.
Well, come on down anytime. I'll debate you. You can come sit here, right? Come sit on my lap,
Well,
Deviant, and I'll debate
well,
you
what I
every day
heard,
of the week.
well, what
You can
I
have
heard
5 other
from that,
people. 5
what
on
I
one.
heard from that deviant outcast is that you're a Satanist and that you hate Jesus. That's what I heard, deviant.
Wow. That was a very good impression.
Well, my as all know, I think you all know by now, my nickname in high school, or I don't know if it's high school, year 10 to 12 in school was actually Lucifer.
Oh, was that when you were 8 years old and you said that you loved somebody and then you were told not to do that anymore, so you got all upset about that, deviant? Was that what that was?
Yeah. Never mind that I never in that conversation ever said that I told my parents about it, because I sure didn't.
Well, that wasn't part of the key words, deviant, so I just kind of inserted my own details into the story afterwards that kind of like made it make sense to me.
Yeah. And then held on to it like it was your freaking
My
colon.
Dustin impression and my Bruce impression are literally just me putting a hand to one side of my mouth to give myself an echo effect and just yell. That's my impression.
Your Bruce impression and your what impression? Your who impression? Who was the other guy?
My Dustin Buck impression.
Oh. Okay. No, keep going. Please keep going.
Well, you don't know, AJ, the other side of the equation, all right? You haven't heard the other side of the equation, and what that is that you're a moron that doesn't even know what he's talking about. How about you come and fight me, AJ? How about that?
Dude,
So the cure for
I don't know about the law of monopoly.
so the cure for the hiccup was the Dustin Buck impression.
I think
Right?
so,
No,
actually.
No, I just
not
hiccuped.
quite.
I just hiccuped as you
Oh.
said that.
I was hoping.
I did a video of the show to a quote unquote debate I did on the Flat Earth Discord yesterday. And
Why are you on the Flat Earth Discord? Do you hate yourself that much?
yeah,
Do you want to talk about it?
To cite the title
This
of a
is a
Nirvana
safe
song, I
space.
hate myself and want to die.
Don't.
No,
I shouldn't laugh.
I think that is
I love dark
probably
humor.
one of the only ideas or
Good song, too.
concepts that I
Oh,
absolutely
you
refuse
like
to
dark
engage in
humor,
conversation
deviant?
with.
So you're a racist, is what you're saying. Wow, everybody, look at deviant outcast, the racist.
Look who's here.
At the end of the video, this guy is saying, "Yeah, dude. So, you atheists have your own concept of gravity. That's why the guy Carl Sagan talked about it, and that the dude who talked about black holes, Hawkins." And I was like, "You mean Stephen Hawking?" He's like, "Yeah." And then I was like, I have to leave. I can't with this. I'm sorry.
I don't hate myself that much.
Didn't you know?
Right, like,
Didn't you know, AJ, that Hawkins was on the Epstein flight list?
Say that one more time. I was laughing too hard to hear you.
I said, didn't you know that Hawkins was on the Epstein flight list, AJ?
He flew the plane, bro. He was the pilot, dude. He was like a guild space navigator.
Everybody gets
He had a Professor X helmet and he flew the plane with his freaking mind.
Aiden,
guess who's here?
Who's here?
It's the fish.
Yep, the Burger Pie Show.
Oh, Brother Pike.
Guess
Brother
who
Pike.
isn't here?
Lupin?
Hopefully my hiccups.
Try to get many people are not present. Most
Hi,
of
Burger
Aiden.
Pie. Okay.
Hello.
Aiden, I wanted
Christian,
to...
what advice do you have for me to get my hiccups cured?
Go to Radium Springs. It's so pretty.
Once again, Christian, that sounds like a location for a boss in Fallout 3. Okay, it does.
It's so nice there.
Right over by Springvale School, you'll find Radium Springs.
Aiden, you know what I always liked about the location Paradise Falls?
What's that?
That I was never sure if the name was supposed to be a pun about gambling, as in like a pair of dice fall,
Right,
pair of
right,
dice falls.
right.
I don't know if that was intentional, but even if it was, that's really cool. I like that.
It's good.
It
No, it's
wasn't.
good.
And I
That's
had
pretty
two
good.
things I wanted to run by you, Aiden.
Did you walk them by me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
So
you.
thing the first. I'm currently writing um something that's like a missing mod live stream written in the style of Dune.
What?
What?
Yeah,
That's the most unhinged.
it's the panel is supposed to be missing mod, Gangster Ghost, Aiden, Lupin, and Bubblegum Gun.
It is said of Maud Adib that
Dude, no, that's not even how I did it. I'll wait till I'm finished to let you read it. I don't want to spoil anything. So that's the first thing.
I'll
The
spoil
second
it.
thing was,
Aiden, I have a
you know,
challenge
if
for you when
people
you're done.
talked about us doing podcasts together potentially.
yes.
Dairy Queen, what
I was thinking that um, maybe that might be a thing you and me could do as like a related to talking about Dune and stuff. Not on the stream. It would be totally offline, so there wouldn't be not interruptions, but there wouldn't be reading comments and stuff. It would be just me and you talking only. It'd be pre-recorded, and that's what I was thinking about.
We could read the commentaries of Princess Iramad.
Well, in mine it's the Princess Stacy. So,
Ah.
well,
Wouldn't
I
Shawnee be
couldn't.
Stacy? What the heck?
Who? Shoddy?
Shawnee.
Connie. No. Well, no. She's no. I'm not.
What do you
That.
mean no?
Well, she's. I haven't thought that far ahead. I just wanted to call her Princess Stacy.
I think you
Okay.
should.
You know, it sounds a lot like Princess Daisy from the Mario
Yeah.
franchise, and I
I'm.
always had a crush over Daisy over Princess Peach. Princess Daisy's just cuter than Princess Peach. I'm sorry.
I have no argument. I like you much better anyway.
Aiden, I have a challenge for you. The
Okay.
next time you are in a room with Bubblegum Gun
Mhm.
for 1 hour, refrain
Oh.
from cursing at him or insulting him.
Oh. Oh man. Um.
Well,
How much do I get paid if I'm able to like see that all the way through?
So here's the motivation behind it, right?
Yeah.
So I've noticed. So Missing Mod really likes Bubblegum, and she really likes you, and both of you are like her two little brothers who are just being little shits towards each other, right? And she's always
I
trying
keep
to
giving
like.
bubblegum swirlies, and he keeps telling Missing Mom to mute me, and he like runs over. He's like, "He was
okay.
mean to me. Can you mute him?"
Okay, Aiden, can you hear me? So
No, I can't hear you, AJ.
I'm gonna read what I have so far, if that's okay with the panel.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we put some Dune ambient music on in the background to
I was
really
just
set the
gonna
tone?
say that, because I like the princess intros, but is
They
somebody
have that like
screen sharing?
sci-fi, like spacey tone behind them. Not Kevin Spacey
Can
tone.
you
That's it's inappropriate.
can you screen share, Aiden?
I can't. I'm on my phone.
Okay, I'm on my iPad. But I can I can play the music off my phone as I read it though. Give me one sec. Dune ambient music. Okay, Dune
Oh yeah.
Is that a thing on YouTube?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I read to that. I read to that all the time.
Ooh, I'm gonna use my freaking Bluetooth speaker to make this even better. Oh, can you guys hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I'm leaving for today. See you guys. Thank you for listening.
Oh,
Okay.
Mr. Logo, the iconoclast who doesn't appreciate art for what it is. All right. All
This is
right.
this is
Bye.
original composition by me. But okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Logo.
Bye, Miss Logo.
Okay.
Gonna miss you.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yes.
Go away notifications. Okay. So to
Get in the
begin,
zone, AJ.
I was and you interrupted me. Okay. I'm gonna take 10 seconds to mentally prepare.
I love you, AJ. I'm funny.
To begin the study of the life of Muaydin Deeb, standard 2000 dash question mark. Take the most special care that you locate him in his place, the channel of missing Maud, and the stream of water is the most destructive force on earth next to anger. From Conversations with Muaydin Deeb by the Princess Stacy. So, like, I don't frickin' care, said Missing Maud. I actually do frickin' care a whole lot, though. I'm extremely emotionally invested in this topic, which is why I'm raising my voice. I do not care. He's a frickin' liar. And if he's just gonna sit there and lie to me, then forget it. I'm done, bro. Don't want to talk to you anymore. Shoo. Missing Maud gestures with her hand to the camera as if indicating swatting a bothersome fly. Cries of "We want Maud" and posts the link already streamed in from the increasingly impatient side chat. It was posted, and the panel swiftly tallied up Missing Maud, Gangster Ghost, Bubblegum Gun, Lupin, and Aiden. Yes, thought Aiden, a 2-for-1. Let's do this. Lupin had activated his resonating web camera field, unfortunately. He turned his gross fat head toward the camera and the screen of viewers at home. Bubblegum Gun would not and had not ever activated his resonating web camera field, which, while not completely alleviating the pain felt by those who had to look upon the image of Lupin of House Drunkenin, it was still a small mercy. Yeah. So that's it. That's it. That's what I wrote.
It's actually written in like a Herbert like style. What the
Yeah, that's funny.
Thank you.
That is. You know what you need to do? You know what you need to do? You need to take the transcript from one of her rants, and you just need to like plug that in directly into the chat GPT because that'll capture the essence of her. I just don't care because it was beautiful, that beginning bit where he's like, "Missing Maud swatted at the camera as though at a bothersome fly." That's Herbert. What the hell?
Did you like my dialogue for her and then her thoughts?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually deeply emotionally invested in it. I do not care, she exclaimed again.
Yeah, I had fun.
Lupin needs to speak like the Baron, except he like belches and hiccups and like.
Well, okay, this is what I actually now I kind of want you to help me with this. So the next thing was going to be Lupin dialogue, and that's something where I was actually like, I might need an assist from Aiden on this because. But
I
yeah,
need you
Lupin
to.
of House Drunken.
I need you to squeeze. I need you to squeeze every drop of belch usable content out of my channel, Stump.
Oh my God, Stump! Stump can be like the.
Yeah, Stump could be his
like
piter, dude. Stump.
You know,
You were always my only friend, Belch. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's really good.
And then
Does this mean who's Brianna then? And I guess Brianna's Chani if I'm Muaydin Deeb.
There you go. Muaydin Deeb.
You could be the Emperor, AJ. You could be like Muaydin Deeb.
Well, no, I have to be the narrator in this scenario. I'm writing it.
Your father, Father Charles Aiden, was a weak man, Muaydin Deeb.
Muaydin Deeb.
Muaydin Deeb. Yes, thank
I'm
you.
the Emperor. Don't talk to me in that tone. Wrong tone.
I'm wearing a muumuu.
I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron.
Yeah, why didn't Shaddam ever like pull out the shiv and just do what needed to be done, you know?
I'm picturing Lupin in the bath that the Baron takes.
He's in the pool. Yes, when he's in the pool, he's like in the black ooze. Yes.
Well, so part of me, that was my instinct, was to just make Lupin the Baron. But the Baron is one of my favorite characters, though, and I love that character. And I was like, I don't know if I want to bestow that honor to him. I was trying to think like, who's like a more like a subject of the Baron who's still
Dan can be the Count Fendring, where he's like,
right, right. I don't see Dan as being that cunning, though. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't talk about
Yeah.
that on purpose. That's the thing, though.
Yeah.
The freaking
You're
characters are so
right.
good. It's like I don't want to attribute them to these assholes.
There's no bad characters in Dune. There's no badly written characters in Dune, though. So you're not gonna find one that's like, oh yeah, this guy was horribly written.
Paul could be Jameis, or no, I mean, Lupin could be Jameis.
Janice, yeah, he could be. You're not the Lisa Al-Gaib. That's a bunch of crap.
Dude, give me that water, Smirnoff of life. Give me that. I'm gonna chug that. Give me that shit. Dies.
instead of us fighting to the death with Chris Knives, we do a push-up competition to see who the real Lisan Al-Gaib is.
Ooh, there's some potential there for that. See, all these ideas are like swirling in my head right now.
It's actually beautiful, and now you've gotten me intrigued enough that now I know that my head is also going to be filled.
Yeah, I've accepted you with my terrible purpose.
Can Deviant be the Lady Fenring?
Sure.
Hey guys, I'm gonna hop out for a little bit. I'll be
No, that's not okay.
All right, bye, Dean.
Yeah, this is all.
Even said I can't leave.
Mark Stoney can be Duncan, Idaho.
Well, the way I'm thinking of it, I don't. Everybody doesn't have to be a character. You know what I mean?
Now, Mark is Duncan,
Barely.
Idaho.
What I was going for more, what I was thinking is just, the panel is these people, and there can be like funny elements of stuff in there, but they don't necessarily. Everybody doesn't have to be a one-to-one with a character. You know what I mean?
I can already tell we're having director's vision conflicts right off the bat.
But I hope you also appreciated the way like I changed the word webcam into something like
yes.
more
like
archaic.
I love how the webcams are like the cones of silence in the
Yeah. and that it was like unfortunate that he turned his webcam on.
Yeah.
And I always love how he refers to the Baron as being gross.
Yeah. What I don't like, one of the differences about the Baron in the movies that I don't like is that he's not very verbose, and in the book, the Baron never fucking shuts up. He's always going on these like grand multi-page tirades about how great he is and about how he's gonna get one over on everybody else.
Well, it's not necessarily that he doesn't shut up. It's more like he
I am a predator, Bilch.
Yeah, he's always thinking in his own head stuff. Is that more accurate to say?
No, I say he has a lot of dialogue in the books.
Okay.
He really does like to pontificate.
Okay. Well, I'd say it's both. Like, he has a lot of dialogue, and then we also get a lot of his inner thoughts. That's one of my favorite lines in that book, is the one I sent to you about him. I'm going to stand there, Promethean, and say I was wrong.
Yeah, Promethean.
That's one of my
I feel like Lupin would have used the word Promethean, but he would have used it in a context that it doesn't fit at whatsoever, because he doesn't actually understand what the word means.
That's freaking brilliant, Aiden. Because that would totally play off of like you and me joking about like the Plato story that allegory, and like
I think Muaid and Deeb is suffering from the Promethean dissonance in the situation.
Yeah, dude, it's like that show Promethean and Bob. You guys ever watch it? You know what I'm talking about? Please, somebody tell me they know about Prometheus and Bob.
No.
No,
No? Hmm.
no. You're on your own, buddy.
That's okay.
I mean, I know
I think
Prometheus,
Gangster Ghost
but
probably knows.
not Promethean Bob.
Oh, you ever seen the movie Prometheus?
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah, I hated it. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't hate it.
Why did they run away from things the way that they did? That's what I want to know. Why? You can run to the side. You
Because
can run.
You went to the school of not running away from things horizontally.
You literally can't run horizontally in the Prometheus universe. People can only run forward.
She's like Derek Zoolander. She can't turn left, Aiden.
It's just so stupid.
Do you see the newest Alien?
You know what else is another stupid
No, I
movie?
haven't.
Troy. That's a stupid
Troy?
movie. Yes, that's a stupid movie.
Aiden.
It has like one good scene. It has one good scene, and the rest of the movie is garbage.
I believe you. Have you seen No Country for Old Men?
You know, as a matter of fact, AJ, I haven't seen that movie.
No.
You want to flip a coin to find out which movie we're
you
going
have
to watch
seen it.
next?
You have seen it?
I've seen that scene. I haven't seen the movie.
Okay. Dude.
Man.
That movie. Have you seen
I'm
it?
film illiterate. I've already told you that.
No,
I am.
It's okay. I'm making a list of movies that Aiden needs to see, not necessarily with me, with me or by himself or with Brianna. I want.
Or with AJ holding a gun and preventing me from leaving the room. You know, that's also a venue.
I'm not that psychotic about it. But Deacon, have you seen it?
I have not seen it.
Gangster Ghost.
AJ's always like, have you seen the obscure 1942 film Running Over Your Balls with a Clothes Iron for 42 minutes straight? Have you seen that one? It's a black and white movie about the struggle for Polish independence in 1927, filmed from the perspective of a dying crow.
Hey, the perspective of a dying crow is important. Don't downplay what the dying crow
he's always
saw.
got this like art house crap that he's trying to show me that's all like avant-garde and stuff, and I mean, like, okay, all right, I'll look into it.
Aiden, have you ever seen this movie called Confessions of a Wall Vascular Plant from 1928? It's about
as a matter of fact, I haven't seen the silent movie.
It's 4.5 hours long.
It's a silent film, but it's only actually like the word parts of the silent film are only conveyed in that Easter Island language that we still haven't translated yet and don't understand.
Right, and every 10 minutes, there's a scene that's meant to trigger people's epilepsy.
Every scene, there's one for like different illnesses, like
Right.
that one for like the fear of long words. They pronounce it to people, and then they have the flashing lights for
vomiting.
epilepsy. They've got,
There's scenes of people vomiting. There's scenes of people getting toenails ripped off.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
9.
Oh, I made myself uncomfortable. And there's scenes of people brushing their teeth, Aiden, and there's close-ups of the bristles.
Have you seen the
close-ups of toothbrush bristles? Aiden.
Have you seen the movie Boxing for Kenny, where it seems like it's a 1930s Depression era movie about overcoming adversity and the defeat of an opponent representing America's circumference of the Great Depression into the new era of the Roaring 40s? But it actually turns out that the guy that was boxing when he was hit in the head woke up and realized that he was actually an 18th dynasty laborer in ancient Egypt working on the Great Pyramid of Giza. Have you seen that movie, AJ?
Yes. Have you seen the movie Empire by Andy Warhol, which is nothing but a 2-hour shot of the Empire State Building and nothing else?
No, I haven't.
You
Okay,
can't just
did
move
I make that
on
up, or
from
is that a real
Eden
movie,
saying that they built the pyramid in the 18th dynasty.
Yeah, the Roaring 40s. Yeah, I
I
caught
knew, I
that.
knew, I knew
The
Deviant would
Roaring
appreciate
40s.
that. I knew Deviant would appreciate that.
Okay, but do you think I made that up, or is that a real movie?
No, Empire is a real movie. I do
Yeah,
know that. I
yeah.
do know that. I mean, as soon as you said Andy Warhol, I knew that it
Yeah.
had to be real. It's like if you say, "Did you hear that Salvador Dali like murdered an orphanage full of children and used their blood in a composite painting about the horrors of genocide?" I'd be like, "Yeah, I believe that. That sounds like something Dali
Okay.
would do."
Did you know that there's an art museum on the moon that Andy Warhol contributed a crude drawing of a penis to?
That's correct. That is correct. It's a tiny little microscopic museum, but yes, there is a little dong on the moon right now.
That's freaking. I don't know if that's punk rock or if that's just really cool, but that's pretty awesome.
It's pretty cool.
I don't know what
awesome.
things being punk rock is, but it's.
I
think that probably is. It's on the. I mean, it's on the. That's artistic. That's an.
I'd say it's just
artistic
punk.
Yeah. I think that's a true artistic expression to do that. And for me, Aiden, I was watching a conversation with you and Lupin Drunkonen that I actually found very interesting, and I wanted to talk to you about this because I actually wasn't sure who I agreed with.
Well, before we totally move on, can I cite one more film that is really inspirational
please.
to me and I really appreciate? Okay, so paint drying on the side of a wall is a 10-hour and 37-minute long film of paint literally drying on a wall that was submitted to the British Broadcasting Corporation's film evaluation service, specifically so that people had to sit and watch a 10-hour and 37-minute movie of paint drying on a wall for it to receive an official rating from the BBC.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I need to tell you something. I don't know. I found a new video of today of Steve Anderson talking about how he went to the mental institution.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy, dude. Well, I don't want to say crazy, but
Whoa, that's what do the kids say? That's crazy, bro. They had mad Riz there in that their mental institution. It was bussing in there.
What?
I heard they had a walk.
It was mad bussing, yo.
Sure, man, dude.
Those guys in the mental institution, they dapped me up and they said, "You got real swag, playa." And I said, "That's
Yeah.
right, home slice."
Yeah, and then I saw a couple black guys and I said, "Hey, what's up, my?"
It was at that moment I got tased again for the second time.
I was like, "What the fuck? What the f, guys? What's up, Earth?"
Oh goodness.
Oh no! I said bigger.
I said it with a soft R, so it shouldn't have even been a big deal.
Yeah. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Deviant is very useful. She serves as like a very good metric for how funny we're being, and I appreciate that.
I was just thinking about this earlier. The good Christian content streaming me and you did. You remember with the?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about the life begins at conjunction.
The giant tome that she slumps on the desk. Whomp. Oh, I was the only one that found it's really funny.
Yeah, you had a bunch of good lines in that stream too, but
that was good. That was a banger.
Yeah. That's why I've been meaning to make like a Atheist Junior and Aiden Greatest Hits sort of thing.
That'd be good, yeah. That'd be compilate. You just upload a supercut of every piece of content we've ever been in together, and it's just greatest moments compilation.
Yeah, no, but that's not really moments. You know what I mean?
I know, but it would be funny if it was a greatest moments compilation that was like 38 hours long.
Right. Well, you have a preferred stream that you like, the documentary stream. You like that one?
Dude, that one was our peak, in my opinion.
I like the what was the one that I said? Do you know what I said in response to that? It was
I think your one that you cited was which one was it?
I'm gonna have to look at my.
It was it the one with Big Bad Mama?
I'm probably, but I'm specifically trying to narrow it down to just you and me streams.
Hold
on, I'm gonna look at my channel real quick.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
No, we can't hear you.
Okay, hold on. Let me restart it. I'll be right back.
I'm joking. I can't.
No,
you can't. The whole thing is that you can hear.
I heard you say no. I was continuing to joke.
Oh,
Anyway.
see, he pulled me through the loop. I was the fool all along. Wow, what an M. Night Shyamalan-esque conclusion you just pulled out right there at the end. That was good.
I did want
That was good.
to just to be fair to Deviant, because in the times I've interacted with them, they are always very insightful and ask very relevant questions. So I think she's more than just a laugh-o-meter. But
Thank you.
Well, you have to end.
Thank
You have
you.
to end that statement. You have to end that statement with an insult because she doesn't know how to take genuine compliments. We figured this.
That is true.
So,
I
Aiden-
actually bragged about it yesterday to Sut.
Oh, wow.
I have spent many years trying to just answer thank you.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, got it. Don't compliment Deviant. Don't worry. From now on, everything you say is terrible.
Even is one of my favorite people on the internet, period.
Yeah.
But I can't let her know that. Like, she can't know that I have that high of an opinion of her, because then she's gonna like get an ego about her.
So I have a
women
question
can't be
Aiden.
complimented. They need to be kept at arm's length.
You know what women have too much of nowadays?
Agency.
Right? Well, on top of that, they just, they get way too many compliments. You ever notice that? You ever notice that?
I don't know why I thought you were gonna say rights. Like, women have way too many rights.
Well,
I did say that.
Aiden.
Yes.
I have an idea for a remake of Arnold movie Jr. We can remake it called Atheist Jr.
Atheist, yes. AJ could be the pregnant guy in that
he could be
movie
the dad.
that they play completely serious. To this day, I do not understand Junior. I don't. Why would you take Arnold Schwarzenegger? Why would you take Arnold and make him a pregnant guy? And then just play it completely seriously. No sense or hint of irony or anything whatsoever. It was supposed to be like a prestige.
I don't know. Why would Francis Ford Coppola make a movie with Robin Williams where he plays an adult child and play that 100% straight and serious?
Hey, I have a question.
Wait, one second. I just want to say that, Aiden, I have my example stream, and it's Aaron Rod triggers Ken Hovind lol.
Oh yes, yeah, that one's a really good one as well.
Yeah, that's my pick. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
I'm finished.
Deviant, you're not a Christian, right? Are you like an ex-Christian or something, or?
Excuse me, laugh-o-meter.
She's an ex-man, ex-woman.
What?
Ex-woman.
What? Can you?
No,
Go ahead.
that's true. I used to be a Christian. I'm an agnostic.
Turn in your badge and your tits, Deviant. You're done being a woman.
Okay.
Turn in your badge.
You're done.
Your gun, your Chris knife, your other gun, your shotgun.
Okay, so here's my question,
rifle.
Aiden. I'm pretty sure you're not a Christian either, right? Atheist, maybe.
I am an atheist. That's correct.
And obviously, Atheist Junior. He's not an atheist yet. He's just a junior.
Yes.
That's true.
He's working on that.
He is.
So, because you guys focus so much on like science, I have a question.
Well, Aiden can't focus
Mm-hmm.
on things well because he's blind in one eye.
So
Yeah.
you have to use
Well,
like
you're stinky, AJ.
No, I take a shower.
Please let Josh finish his question.
it's okay. I think they're aware that the show must go on, but they like their commentary, so
Yeah,
it
it's
works.
guy
It
love.
works.
It is.
We'll make it work. But
Yeah.
here's the question, right? You have the scientific method, like
Yes.
where it's
Yeah.
like somebody will do an experiment and then they get results and they publish their results, and then somebody will take that research and then try to reconduct the same experiment to ultimately get the same result, right? So, and then if enough people can repeat the experiment and get the same results, then everyone just kind of accepts it to be true. Is that how science kind of works?
No.
Then I would avoid using the word true and just say people accept it to be the
Consistent
best
beyond reasonable
current
doubt.
explanation. That's the most parsimonious,
Okay,
which
but
means
you
it
guys
has the
make a
fewest
distinction
number of
between
assumptions in it.
you make a distinction between the law and the
No, just the
and I
word
know. No, hold
proof.
on, hold on.
Things are proven.
What?
That's all.
But you have a distinction between a law and a theory, right? So there's certain things that enough people have conducted enough experiments to come to the conclusion that it's either a theory or it's a law.
They don't. They can
No.
be synonymous. I mean, a theory is typically made up of a body of laws in
Yes.
science.
Okay, so like for example, um, Newton's laws of motion or whatever that says like an
Or
object is
thermodynamics. Or,
uh, an object in motion must remain in motion unless acted
much
upon by some outside force, something like that, right?
correct.
So like in outer space where it's a vacuum, you could throw a ping pong ball and it'll go forever until it bumps into something.
Or it's acted upon by any kind of external force, meaning that
Yeah.
gravity could act on it.
Like the
Like
You
the
moon.
know,
gravitational pull from surrounding moons or
Yeah.
planets or stars.
I mean, the moon is kind of a perfect example because the moon is moving away from Earth, but it's being pulled in at the same time towards Earth because of Earth's gravitation.
it
So
slows the rate at which the
Yeah.
moon escapes from us.
Yes.
So, I mean, would that be considered something that's a law? Like, all right, guys, like this is undeniable. Nobody's ever going to come up with any evidence against this.
Well,
Like,
that's not what a law means.
No.
That's not what
So
a law means
that
in science. So, in science, a law just simply states that this is something that we have conducted experiments on. We have seen the hypothesis through to a conclusion of some kind that makes it appear consistent beyond reasonable doubt. That's not to say that nobody will ever come along and think about something better, quote unquote, than that, or as I would say, more comprehensive. You brought up Newtonian physics, and that's a great example because in Newtonian physics, there large parts of them still, or all of it, I would say, actually, is still upheld to this day in terms of Newtonian physics. But Newtonian physics alone doesn't explain all of the physics of our universe. We needed special relativity to explain a lot of the activities that we observed, like the orbit of Mercury, for example. Mercury wasn't behaving the way that it was supposed to in our Newtonian models of our solar system. And no matter what we tried implementing in terms of adding even entire planets to the solar system to try and mathematically make this make sense, the planet Vulcan is a planet that we once thought existed that was even closer to the sun than Mercury, because that was the closest we could get to explaining why Mercury behaved the way that it did until special relativity came around and it helped bridge that gap in our understanding in a way that made our models of our solar system actually fully make sense. So that's not to say that Newton's laws are just out the window, that they're just discounted, even though they are laws. That's just to say that something else has come along that has superseded it in terms of providing a more comprehensive explanation.
So there's a statement you might know. I think it's defying the laws of physics. You've heard that before.
Yeah, sure.
So like if like I'll just use it. Well, I'm not sure whether or not you believe in like UFOs or whatever, but I'll just use an example where they have these UFOs that they capture like with military um, equipment, airplanes
You
and
like
stuff,
fighter
Yeah,
pilots and things
there are
like
lots of
that.
those videos.
and
Those are legitimate.
and something just moves in a manner that's like just contrary to our known laws of physics. Like nothing should be able to move that
Well,
fast.
it seems
Um,
to.
and not only that, but it's not a matter of it moving beyond our laws of physics. It's just moves in a way that we don't understand through the context of our technology. Like just
Yeah.
because something suddenly moves one way and then darts to move another way, that doesn't mean that it wasn't physically possible. It just means that we don't have technology where you could get a jet fighter to just move one way and then suddenly just turn on a dime almost and move a completely different direction. We just don't have that technology. That's not
Yeah,
to say the military doesn't have that technology
right.
and we're just not
Those
aware of it.
those videos are from the perspective of the United States military, like the Air Force, and their militaries all over the world of different countries are constantly in an arms race to develop technology with the United States military. It's been like that for decades. So there's, it's possible that they have ships or some type of aircraft can make movements that seem to us on those videos, which are I think are real. It's confounding to us. Doesn't mean it's aliens though. Just means it's unidentified.
So I don't really want to get too like conspiracy theory or whatever. But I mean, if you're willing to admit that there might be science that exists that is not available to the everyday person, right?
Oh, that is absolutely true, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
So
technology. Well, I would say there's technologies
Yeah, yeah,
available
yeah,
through
yeah.
science, but those technological innovations come from science that is known. Just because the science is known to us doesn't mean that the application of that science is.
it's like the tree in the forest that falls and no one's around to hear it. Does it still exist? Like,
Yes, it makes a sound. It makes a sound.
Yes.
I mean, we could talk like for hours on that. So let's not
No,
get.
it makes if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there, it makes a sound.
Yeah, let's not go into that wormhole right now
Well,
because
I'm
like
right.
it goes deep. Sounds are being made. Did the tree make
I've
the
always
sound?
hated that fucking question. Sorry, I'm sorry.
So, I guess my point is, more or less, like I hardly see videos of this so-called scientific process, at least from like this. Maybe I just haven't been exposed to it, but like, do you guys ever do response videos to other scientists and like identifying the things that you agree but the things that you disagreed? Is
Yeah.
that something that you guys engage in?
Hold on a second before anybody answers. What do you mean videos of the scientific process? What does that mean?
No, I mean like you watch a video about somebody who agrees with your position, someone who studies evolution and who can like discuss like the intricacies of evolution, and like
Right.
and you watch and you do like a response video to that, like, oh yeah, no, that this is true, this is what I agree with, oh I didn't know that, I learned something. Like, is that something that you guys do?
And
I have
if
before.
What was that, Deviant?
yeah, so for me, I'm not I'm not very well versed. I'm not very
Vinci?
versed. I'm stumbling my words.
She can't talk English good.
You must be
So
stupid.
basically you
In
would be watching videos like that to learn more than to actually try to like.
Well, if it comes to the topic of evolution, then yes. But I can tell you, if you ever have the misfortune to watch a documentary about ancient Egypt, you're gonna be quite disturbed, maybe,
Not
because
really.
I constantly whenever I watch or read, like within pop culture specifically, because there is so much there to
Are you an
point
interrupter?
out.
And the
Yes.
Egyptians, they're the ones that they built the ancient Egyptian cubes, right?
They built that Bass Pro Shop in Memphis, didn't they?
Oh, dude.
Oh,
Oh my
I
goodness.
got in a
that place is
fight with
massive.
somebody and lost outside of that Bass Pro Shop. There's a small child.
Well, I to see
So
the. I
in
know the
those
Egyptians are crazy because they murdered every baby under the
Whoa, what?
age of
yeah
2 trying to kill Moses. Like, but
yeah
What?
that
I'll talk about that.
didn't happen, but
That's correct.
so
There's no historical
Whoa,
record of that
it
whatsoever.
did.
Did
I
you
read
mean
it in the history
Planned
book.
Parenthood did that?
so what I was going to say was, in those cases when it is on a subject that I know and have studied, then I do kind of what you were inferring. I don't, if it's something that's presented, if it's a scientific paper or a popular culture article or a documentary on TV or whatever, I I have to say that yes, there is maybe a bit of bias, because it depends on if it's being presented but by someone with a higher degree, like someone who is a doctor and someone who I have great respect for. I am more prone to not directly dart to my books and my own papers and whatever.
You mean like Dr.
And
Hovind?
yeah, I have this 5 seminar.
Pro- Professor Dr. Hovind. Yeah. Okay.
I'm a
No,
doctor.
but I do critically analyze the information and try to like suss out what is and what
So,
isn't. And
like,
if something is presented that is new, even if it's like someone who uh, let's say don't have a degree in Egyptology, it's not like I write them off right then and there because they don't have a degree.
but you
Uh,
did. You did that to me. You said that didn't happen. They didn't kill all the babies.
yeah, because I
What
have
But I
babies?
a
have. It's in a
because
history book.
yeah,
What
you
is
do,
he talking
but I that is a subject that I have studied, which is why
Was that the in ancient Egypt, one of the pyramids, they had a Planned Parenthood in it?
They did. They
What do you
were
mean they
giving out
did?
free Plan B pills.
so
Good,
uh
good.
they
Egyptians were ahead of the game.
You know, Plan B is expensive, bro.
it is, I guess.
It's like
It's not here, but
$45.
Oh, everybody.
no, but
So it's more. It's for me. It's more of like and maybe I'm just trying to associate a YouTube streamer Christian behavior versus an atheist, and that's so I might not be.
You're being
yeah, so
incredibly vague. Can you be more
Yeah, okay.
specific in what
So
you're talking
yeah,
wait,
about?
wait,
here's
wait,
what I'm
wait,
trying
wait,
to
wait,
say
wait, wait,
is,
wait,
as a
wait.
Christian, I watch
Yeah.
a video of other Christians and their
Mhm.
soteriology, their interpretations of the Bible, and then I can critique it and say, yeah, I agree
Uh-huh.
with that. So is
Good,
there
great.
ever
Cool. What's your point?
I want to see you guys do more of that.
Cool.
So I
Don't tell me how to make my content on my channel. Don't tell me how to do my job. Next.
I
I'm not telling you. I'm just saying atheists
Next.
in general.
I I have to interject just to I don't
Why are
like
you so upset that I'm asking if it would be possible that that would be cool to see you guys watch a video about evolution and then give your two
can,
cents on it?
can I say something? You, because you said that I did that to you, I just uh wrote you off.
Well, I mean,
as I said, I want to make it clear that I did that because I have studied it. Egyptology is my subject, and especially since having been on these streams and talking to Christians that have a very fundamental view of the Bible, I have studied it even more, which is why I can say with such definitive answer, like, no, that did not happen. Because if there is something that many people aren't very aware of, is the fact that Egyptology as a scientific doctrine or method, or that's not the word, as a scientific subject.
As an academic study.
Thank you. Was founded because people wanted to attach the scientific method to the Bible. They wanted to confirm the narrative of the Bible. So if there is something that has been done ad nauseum, almost, not quite, but almost, it's to search for evidence of the stories that are being told in the Bible where Egypt plays a part. So are there still possibilities that something will come up? I would say yes, because that is the honest thing to do. But the space of how do you say it? The space for that possibility is getting smaller and
Minute.
smaller and smaller. Yes, it's very
It's
minute.
minute.
Thank you.
No, and you know what? And
So I
if
just don't want just Josh to think I just hand wave it away.
yeah, but
That is not the
no, thank you for letting me.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of work has to be done to prove something did and didn't happen. So
Yes.
no. Well, it didn't happen. You can't prove a negative.
No, of course not. But
So you can prove something did happen, but you can't prove something didn't happen. You cannot prove a negative. I
yeah, you
can
can.
fly when
Why
nobody
not?
is looking, and when there's no. I can
You
fly
can
when
prove
nobody is
something didn't
looking, and
happen.
when there's no observation placed upon me whatsoever. Prove me wrong.
Okay, well, I was just on top of the Eiffel Tower right now.
okay.
Right. I can't prove you wrong.
I
I
can.
can't provide definitive proofs that you weren't there because you can't prove a negative.
You
So
can.
you can't.
There's a
You
way
can't.
to figure it out whether or not I'm at the Eiffel Tower right now.
Yeah, but
Sure,
what if
but
you were
not on the.
invisible when you were on the Eiffel
The
Tower?
basically the argument is Deviant is saying based on the historical evidence and the documentation and hieroglyphs, everything that we have available to us, we can definitively say that there was never a moment in which a pharaoh ordered the execution of a bunch of children.
She
That's
didn't say
the
that though. That's not
but
what
that's
she
the
said. She
conclusion.
said that they no. What she said
That's the
was that
conclusion.
the
She said that didn't
likelihood. That's
happen.
not what she said though, Josh. What she said was that
I'm
the
paraphrasing.
chances of that happening are minute.
Yes.
The idea, because the implication at play here is that fundamental turning points in Egypt as a civilization were just collectively covered up and hidden away from us. The idea that Joseph was once the co-ruler of the most powerful state in the ancient world has just been completely lost to us with no record whatsoever. The idea that Joseph, the husband of Mary, he also used to hold a significant post in Egypt that we don't have any kind of evidence for whatsoever. That was covered up too. The idea that Moses as a character existed
But
and
see, the
was
thing is, the
part of
problem
this
is you can
royal
never know with
family has
certainty.
been totally lost.
Basically, what you're saying is that there's a minute chance that it happened. So and that's one of my main things is that you guys always leave room for the possibility of, well, if we stumbled across some scrolls that affirm what the Bible says, then we would have to affirm it because
Of course
now
we would. But
Of
that's
course.
intellectually honest, Josh.
you can know things.
You can know things, but you can only know them if they're evidenced to be true.
And don't also forget that even though we can't prove a negative, we can still, let's say, if you have an occurrence, something that supposedly happened because it's been written down, let's say in the Bible, and we try to suss out when was this supposed to happen, in what time period, and you get like a window of time, but you have already a whole bunch of other knowledge, evidence and sources that makes it impossible.
So the scriptures and the manuscripts that they find, what do you guys think about those? Were they just men like that understood their scriptures, or was somebody like, was there a hidden agenda? Like we can't deny that these documents like the Dead Sea Scrolls have been
Those aren't
found.
contemporary. The Dead Sea Scrolls aren't contemporary from the time, though. That's the thing.
Well, I'm not just
And
talking
also
So,
about the
there's
Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm just talking about like it
well, those are the oldest texts that we found of all of the Bibles, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and those still aren't contemporary to the times that are being talked about. The
nothing's
vast
contemporary.
majority of the Bible that we have and that we know of comes from copies that were made during the Babylonian exile, which took place hundreds and hundreds of years after the events that were being described in Exodus.
but so
So
Hey
we can't
Josh,
take those as reliable sources.
do you think radiometric dating is valid? And this is on the topic, but do you?
Um, to a certain extent, yeah, you can compare the differences and things.
Well, I'm looking for like a yes or a no. Like, do you think carbon dating works?
I don't necessarily know enough about the subject, to be honest.
That's
Okay,
a fair
that's fair.
answer.
I respect
yeah,
that.
so when it
But
comes to what,
my conclusion is that like I'm just thinking out loud. You ran a
yeah,
carbon date on it, and it pointed you back to a couple hundred or couple thousand years before, when it, like it said, an event happened, 200 AD, but it wasn't found until much later. So,
but you
but
know, so I'm
but what's your
sorry,
point with the carbon dating? Just go ahead.
yeah, because what's very important to understand also is that we don't base our knowledge simply on writings. It's Egyptology, it's the same case with archaeology. It's a what's the word in English? Multidiscipline, discipline. Blah, blah, blah. Aidan, help me out. What's the word?
Multifaceted.
Yeah, but no, it takes from different.
Multidisciplinary,
Multidisciplinary.
for multiple
Yeah.
disciplines.
So we don't only rely in archaeology. We don't only rely on what we find in the ground. We also use, for instance, carbon dating, but we also use what. So when it comes to Egypt, we don't just have the material that's found in Egypt and the texts and the archaeological evidence and so forth. We also have texts from surrounding cultures that builds to the narrative and verifies the narrative.
Correct.
That is, for instance, how uh, now there is no doubt about it because we have found other texts as well within Egypt. But in the beginning of Egyptology, the narrative actually were that Ramesses the Great won this great battle against the Hittites, which
Uh,
we know is not true, because not only have we uh, the Hittite accounts of the battle.
question.
we also have the archaeological finds on site, and we have other documents from Egypt that are not like carved into temple walls. So we know what happened. We know there was a stalemate. We even have the peace treaty that was drawn up later on. I believe like a decade or a decade and a half later.
Yeah,
Um,
I just think there's enough evidence to like really just dismiss that altogether. Like, I mean, when people and nations and tribes and they take over each other, they burn everything down. They melt down all the metals. They recast it for their own purposes.
They
They
burn.
complete.
They kill all the livestock. They don't use any of the livestock. They destroy all the structures. They don't use any of them.
but you know what's so
But what
special
I'm
about
saying is that,
Egypt?
like, you're saying that we don't have any record this ever happened.
Like
But what if
they
there's been?
all the
There
food
could
they
have been
find,
an
they throw it
active
away.
effort.
You know, they all the money they find, they burn it. They don't use any of the resources they find. Go ahead.
So the
I'm not saying that they don't. I mean, yeah. I mean, actually, I'm saying that like if they have a bunch of metal, they'll melt it down. They'll use it for their purposes, and if
yeah,
they
but
don't need it, they
that's
burn it.
that's
They
not
could have
what we.
easily destroyed the history that the missing gap that you're looking to
Okay,
link the Bible and your historical documents. If
I s-
somebody wanted to destroy the history of the Jews and the Israelites and they could easily make it disappear. I mean, the
Lots of
Bible is a
people wanted to do
testament.
that.
What?
Lots of people wanted to do that. That's what the ancient Romans did. That's what persecution was with the ancient Christians.
So I don't understand why it's so far fetched of an idea to think that
be-
there's a better chance that something did happen. We just don't have the evidence to support it.
Well, I think what Deviant is
because
saying is that there's elements of the Dead Sea Scroll that are missing, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, my
Is that
thing
what
is
you're saying?
that the Bible for me is a very inspirational literary work. Like the way that it's organized in its manner, the way that some of
Which
these
version of the Bible?
I'll just say the King James Bible.
Oh,
But
classic.
for the most part, they all use the 66 books. Some have the Apocrypha, and then you know they're pretty much similar enough to just kind of put all together. But I'm talking about like the King James Bible, where it's like there's stories that all tie in together, hundreds and thousands of years apart.
sure,
I
but
I
they
mean,
also
who
contradict the records that we have from the surrounding nations, while those records are in concert with each other. And I like
no, but see, you're assuming your position to be correct. I could easily say that the
wait,
records that you guys have are wrong, and the records the
no, no,
Bible says
Which
are the right
records?
ones.
Which
listen,
records
listen, listen.
specifically?
Please. So when you were talking, because I have ADHD, my brain is very bad. Uh, it's kind of an a-hole. Anyway, I easily lose my train of thought, and there was something very important you said. Yeah, now I remember. So you said when other tribes and other um, like city states come in and conquer a, a nation or a city state, they like loot it and burn it to the ground. First of all, that's not true, but it's especially not true with Egypt, which is what sets Egypt apart from all other people groups in that time.
I mean, every
Be-
situation is going to be different. When they're conquering nations,
yes, but wait,
they're gonna either.
wait.
When
I
you're
have
done, I'd like to add something, Deviant. When you're done.
yeah, I have an example. So, have you heard of the pharaoh Akhenaten?
No.
Okay,
God bless you.
he he was a pharaoh in the 18th dynasty. He was the son of Amenhotep III. He broke with the old religion and made up a new religion known as atheism. It wasn't known as that then, but we call it that today. It was basically a forerunner to monotheism. So there was only one God. He tried to erase the old gods, especially those that were connected to the Karnak temple in ancient Waset or Thebes, nowadays Luxor. After his death, they moved. So he moved the capital out in desert, built a completely new capital where atheism was the only permitted religion. We still find to this day figurines of gods, other gods than Aten, in Waset. Or not in Waset, in Akhenaten, which was the name of his new city. More than that, though, when he died, they moved back and established the old religion back to what it once were. And they tried to erase this entire chapter because it was viewed as heretical. It's even mentioned in some texts like those the heretic kings. And you can see in King's List where there is a huge gap because they have not only removed like Akhenaten, they removed Tutankhamun, Nefertiti, and I. So they go from Amenhotep III to Horemheb, and then the 19th dynasty start. So, and we still know all this, even though on both parts they tried to erase it completely, which is telling that erasing an entire culture like that is very, very difficult, especially in a nation like Egypt. Not only because they were very traditional and held. I mean, Egypt is the only nation in the history of mankind that was completely not destroyed, but um, basically so 3 times, and was rebuilt. And there is no like um, they they still continue on the same God, same way of portraying people, uh, same thoughts about the afterlife and so forth, the same social structure. Uh, Egypt is very fascinating because of those, uh,
I just
or because of
I
those.
have issue with this idea
Am
that
I
like
am I
just to
making
put
sense? Am I first? I just want to know: am I making sense? Because I realize I'm getting a bit all over the place.
Yeah,
no, you're
I
all right.
get you. I mean, in every situation, it's hard to completely wipe someone off the face of the earth. I get it.
Yeah.
But
My
it's
problem with
not.
it
It's
is
also
that
not
this.
impossible. And you guys agreed that you always leave the possibility for that unknown.
Yes.
Well, you're an
Sis,
American, right, Josh?
yes.
Okay. So to kind of put it in a perspective that maybe you as an American can understand, it's almost as though like with the idea of Joseph, it's almost as though somebody like John Quincy Adams was just removed from American history is basically the contention here. John Quincy Adams just artificially was totally removed from all of the accounts. Everybody else was still there. All of the actors that we know, George Washington, Henry Harris, like Alexander Hamilton, they're all there. But for some reason, John Quincy Adams is just gone and removed from the picture altogether. He's a very pivotal figure in the revolution. As a matter of fact, he was the one who received the most electoral votes in 1789 besides George Washington. But yet in this narrative, he's just been totally excised, even though he's allegedly so critical to the process as it would have taken place in your history. That's the kind of thing, that's the equivalent with Joseph here.
I mean, when
This guy where the text is claiming he's done all of these things and he's so important and he's so indispensable to the Egyptian state, and yet we have no record of him anywhere whatsoever from the Egyptians themselves.
but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not true. I mean, it's very simple. Like, why would they want to give credit to this Joseph fella if they're such a prideful nation?
Well, because you see, the Egyptians were very much non-racist. If you came to Egypt from any other,
Everybody was racist.
no,
They were all
no,
racist.
no, listen to me.
The conceptualization of race as we know it today didn't exist at that time.
No. And if you came to Egypt and you stayed there, lived like an Egyptian, you were an Egyptian. No questions about it. It
If
didn't
anything,
matter
they would
where you...
hoist him up as a point of pride, as, hey, we took one of these barbarians and civilized them, and then
Yeah.
he rose to be
No,
among the
that's not
very
what would have
best of us.
happened, because they have to admit that the barbarian had a dream that prevented them from all starving to death. And because this barbarian was able to interpret this dream accurately, we were able to have a surplus of food to the point where
Yeah.
Egypt became the central hub for food and survival
It was
during that.
well before that. It was well before that Egypt was known as the breadbasket of the ancient world. But anyways, like, that idea is that doesn't not jive with Egypt and their views of the world. If this foreigner, this outsider came in and he elevated the Egyptian state, but he was still viewed by them as an Egyptian, because like Deviant said, if you're that level, if you're on that high of a level within the Egyptian government, that they
So they
view
would have
you as
just
an
took credit
Egyptian.
for it as something they did rather than anything that the
No, that's
barbarian
not
did.
what they did. I'm sorry, but you can't say things like that without knowing how the Egyptians worked and how they viewed not only themselves but their contemporaries. I don't think that's a very
They,
fair
I
statement to
mean,
make.
I've seen
You're
enough documentaries on
presupposing,
Egypt. They
but
would kill each other so that they could become pharaohs. Like, what are you talking about?
they would kill each other. Yeah, there was power struggles within Egypt, but how does that mean that they don't reflect positively on people that assimilate into their
The
culture?
Bible actually describes this, because the Bible, the way it starts off is that they were all in the Pharaoh's good graces because of what Joseph has done, and then the next king that came didn't even remember, and he didn't even care. It literally talks about the transition from when they were when they were in Egypt and how they were respected, and to the point where a new pharaoh came into the picture, and the new pharaoh was like, "Who are these guys? Put them to
If he
work."
didn't care, then surely he wouldn't have destroyed the numerous scribes that would have shown that Joseph was in that position of power. If he was just
Also,
ambivalent to the idea of this person, then the records would have been preserved.
No, it would have been wiped out.
no,
He
no,
would have
no.
been
No,
like,
it wouldn't have. If he didn't
yeah, we
care,
don't
then
want these
why would he
people.
wipe it
No, we
out?
don't
To
want these
not
people
care
knowing
about
anything about
somebody
Joseph.
means that you're not
If I
going to
hear
take the
anybody
time to do
murmuring
that.
the
To
name
totally
Joseph
try
in
and
the
erase
street,
somebody from history is a massive
yes,
endeavor.
they'll put them
No,
to
no,
death
no,
for.
no. But listen,
This
please,
is
John.
common Roman and Egyptian. Like, even Harold, what did he fear? That a Jewish
Herod.
Messiah would rise up.
It wasn't Harold, it was Herod. But
Herod, sorry.
no, it's
That's an easy
you're
mistake.
talking about Egypt and Rome. Thank you for bringing up Rome, because this facilitates a great example of what you're talking about. So Octavius, also known to
But you hold
history
on,
as
before you move on. You're not
Augustus.
addressing the point that
No,
they
I
were
am
under a
addressing it.
good gracious of one
I
pharaoh,
am.
and then when
No,
the new
but
pharaoh came into the picture.
I'm
No,
trying to address that point. I'm trying to address that point because the way that the Egyptian society was structured, it would still have been seen as an accomplishment of the pharaoh, even though the accomplishment was. That's not to say that the person who came up with the idea wasn't lauded and elevated and had all these what's
Otherwise, we wouldn't have known about Imhotep if that was the case.
Right. But it would have been seen as the pharaoh because he was at top. He was the ultimate of this structure,
What
just
in
below the gods.
Exodus?
And wait. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you speak. Uh, he was the top of, and because of their views of the afterlife, the what the previous pharaoh had done was then transferred to the new pharaoh, the successor, because they didn't see it as necessarily different people in that manner as we do today. Sorry, go on, Josh.
It's so easy to like. They just. I get your critique, Aiden, where it's like you can't just wipe someone out from the histories. You know, it's very hard to do. If it were possible, because you guys leave that room, then it would have been very difficult. Like, all the stars would all need to align perfectly in order for you to be able to pull this off. But I think that it can be very easily explained, and it all aligns with scripture. Pharaoh had a dream; he wanted it interpreted.
But you see how
Basically,
you're presupposing there?
no,
Do you
well,
see how you're putting the proverbial cart before the horse and saying, well, we need to explain all of this to match with scripture?
well, either way you play it, because like, say for example, let's modify what potentially could have happened. That throughout all of the generations, Pharaoh always provided for his people, and he always found the way in which the Egyptian people would always have a thriving economy and food and water and all of this. So this is the image that they want to portray. They portray themselves as gods. They portray themselves as very important figures in society. So I mean, it is very much possible that instead of Pharaoh having all the knowledge of like his own dreams to prevent something like a 7-year famine, um, or whether he actually he had all his people try to interpret it, none of them could figure it out. So then he found out about this other dream interpreter in jail who could probably figure it out. So when Joseph gave his understanding, I think what Deviant said is right. Whether somebody else came up with it or not, because it went down in Pharaoh's house, Pharaoh's going to take credit for it. So it's very easy to
Yes, but
see
we also
that they would
pointed out.
just leave out the whole part where they had some random prisoner interpret the theme, and they're just gonna.
No, that's not true though. Like we pointed out with
It's a
Imhotep.
possibility. How do you leave room for a possibility, but
Imhotep
then you say
is
no?
a person in Egyptian history who is never pharaoh, who never ruled, and yet we know about him and we know about the great deeds that he did, because
And he
just
was
because the
Egyptian.
pharaoh
He was
contemporarily
Egyptian,
took
right?
credit for those things does
Imhotep
not
was
mean
Egyptian, right?
Imhotep was a. Yes, so was Joseph by the standard of them.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he
Yes,
was.
he was.
Yes, he was. You keep trying to say that he wasn't, but that is not understanding Egyptian culture. Yes, he was. Just because he wasn't born in
The
Egypt
thing
doesn't
is
mean
that
that they had that. You're taking a modern conceptualization of citizenship, that you have to be born somewhere in order to embody a certain identity, and you're applying that to the ancient world when they didn't have that same conceptualization. They just didn't. And as far as the example I was trying to bring up, you brought up the Romans with Herod. And I'll give you a great example of somebody trying to be erased from the historical narrative. Do you know who Mark Antony is?
no.
Mark Antony was the co-consul at the time of Julius Caesar's death. He was a very significant figure in not only Roman, but also Egyptian history, because he was the final suitor of Cleopatra VII of the House of Ptolemy. And he tried to both ally early in his life, early in Octavian's life, tried to ally with him in the Second Triumvirate, And then when the second triumvirate fell apart, they went to war with each other. And Octavian, or as we know him nowadays as Augustus,
Yes.
rose to power. He ordered that all statues and all imagery of Mark Antony be destroyed. He ordered that Mark Antony's body not receive any kind of formal burial and that he not have a formal burial site. And he also declared that no future son of the Antonius clan could be named Marcus. So what he's doing here is literally trying to do what you were describing earlier and erase Mark Antony from the historical narrative to basically make everybody collectively forget that he even existed. And there's two important parallels to this that I want to establish, and that is that whereas the Pharaoh, after the one that dealt with Joseph, as you said, didn't care really about Joseph and didn't care about his
He didn't
actions,
know who he was. He
Augustus
didn't know who he
very
was.
much
Yeah,
so did
that's
care.
actually described in the Bible that Joseph was and his family was essentially forgotten, and that's really ultimately how the Hebrews ended up becoming slaves.
I mean, yeah, Exodus
Yeah,
Yeah,
1
but
but the point I'm trying to
and the
make
new
is that you
pharaoh and
can't
the
just
new
forget
king in
about
Egypt
somebody
being in
like
power
that.
who did
And
not
that's
know
why I was
Joseph.
going to finish my story with saying that even though Augustus tried to wipe out Mark Antony, he couldn't. We still
Right.
know about Mark Antony. We still know all of the little details about Mark Antony's life that he tried to erase because Mark Antony was such a fundamental, pivotal figure in Roman history that he simply could not have been erased. He could not have been wiped out. Joseph falls in basically the same category. He's instrumental to this state and how it operated at this point in time. So to act as though he could just totally be removed from the narrative,
He
it's
could.
technically possible, but it's literally on the same level of last Thursdayism, where everybody just collectively forgets something all of a sudden.
Okay, so here's my rebuttal to that. And you're actually not gonna like this, but hopefully you respect my honesty. Is that I do have a lot of presuppositions when it comes to things, and one of these presuppositions is that the devil is a deceiver, and that the devil is out like a lion roaring to see who he can devour. There's this entity that, as a Christian, we ultimately believe in, that there's a struggle between good and evil, and this evil has more of an incentive to wipe someone like Joseph off the map and make that come to fruition versus some random Mark Anthony guy who
Random
may
Mark
or may
Antony guy. Yeah.
who may or may not have anything to do with either affirming or denying the scriptures. What I'm saying is that there, through my worldview as a Christian, there's more like work against us to try to disprove the Bible, to try to say, oh well, look, in Egypt, all of Egypt history, none of the history that we have aligns with the Bible. Therefore, we have
That
to seriously.
That's not true.
that's not true. That's
Yeah,
not true.
that's a straw man. But anyways, I'll
But
make a case. You said some random Mark Antony guy, which I would make the case that Mark Antony was more significant to the times of Jesus Christ than Joseph was. And I'll make that case because Mark Antony, after Pompey was defeated, Pompey oversaw the expansion of Rome into its eastern provinces, one of those provinces being Judea. And Mark Antony, as Pompey's successor in that region, established a system of kings and local rulers that Octavian still kept in place when he defeated Mark Antony. So the only reason why the Herod of the Bible existed where he was because Mark Antony put him there.
and
So,
I would
in the
also
Book of
like
Kings,
I would like to point something out while I kind of remember it. Uh, well, Marx. Oh yeah. The part about uh, they forgot about it, and this was the reason they were enslaved. There is a huge problem there because Egypt, contrary, so there were slaves in Egypt. Don't get me wrong, but there were Egypt wasn't one of these nations that were like Rome. If Rome didn't have slaves, the Roman society didn't work. It would collapse. In Egypt, the slave population was very, very, very small, and we have no. There is nothing to say for 600,000 men. That's just the men. That's not the women and children and old folks.
I just feel like you guys aren't being honest, because just because the evidence isn't there doesn't immediately mean that's not true.
No, and that is true what you're saying. Just because the evidence isn't there, the issue is that there are evidence against it.
Like the fact that at the time of the Exodus, Egypt controlled the part of Israel
Yeah.
that Moses supposedly migrated to, and we know that through archaeological evidence.
And the fact that according to the Bible, if you are going with a literal interpretation with 600,000 people, 600,000 working men, then you end up with a conservative counting, you end up with more slaves. There would have been more Hebrew slaves in Egypt than there were Egyptians at the time.
Yes,
And
that was the
there is
problem.
but there is historical evidence of societies that did operate like that. The Spartans are a
Well, there's
fantastic
societies
example.
today that operate like that.
Well, no,
I mean,
I'm talking.
if you go to, like,
I'm
the
talking
United
about a
Arab
system
Emirates.
where the vast majority of people are slaves that uphold the populations of maybe 1/10 that population, 1/5 that population, and we have that evidence in Sparta. The Helots in Sparta are overwhelmingly documented. They are undeniably a part of everyday Spartan life. We know they existed, and yet we don't have that evidence for the Hebrews, even though the state that we're talking about, Egypt, was far and away much larger than the Spartans ever were.
We have the evidence. You just don't believe it because you're trying to say that it conflicts with other sources.
No,
So I
your
mean, we have
evidence
a
is a
well
book.
documented history of like the kings, all of the kings that ruled, and how they all failed, and Josiah came around and he tried to get everyone back to God, but he failed also, and everybody failed, and eventually.
That's a post-Exodus world, though, isn't it?
But I mean, the reality is, I'm guessing then you accept certain things in scripture to align, but others don't, or what's going on with that?
There are things described in scripture that did historically happen, like the census that was carried out at the time of the Mary and Joseph's. When Jesus was born, there was a census that was being conducted within that region of the Roman Empire, and we have that census to this day. There are things in the Bible that are described that are historically true, and we give them credence where they are. We don't just have this vested interest in just trying to
So
deny all of
is
it like you're
Joseph
trying
and
to make
Mary
it
on
out.
that census?
Joseph and Mary are on that census. Jesus is not.
Everybody, can I show you a video real quick?
Of course.
Well, to be fair, censuses were more for like conscription purposes and taxation purposes. They wanted people who were of age to fulfill those roles in society. They didn't care so much for newborns.
They wanted to know the future population that would come about, though. Those children represent future taxpayers.
Sure.
The Holy Spirit energizes people's ministries, but still there is a box that the Holy Spirit fits in. And don't let anyone tell you, don't put God in a box, because this is his box. It's his book. He defines himself. In concerning spiritual matters, we're not to be ignorant. We're not to be fools. We're not to be misled by deceivers and by witches and by sorcerers. And this is what is happening in the book of Acts. It's happening today. Sorcery and witchcraft are rampant in the Christian church today. There are so many witches out there, and God is doing some new thing. Yeah, you bet he's doing some new thing. No, he's exposing, as he always has, the witches and the witchcraft. And witchcraft is a work of the flesh. It is manipulation, intimidation, and many different ways that the Holy Spirit energizes people's ministries, but still.
We think that's from the Poverty guys about witches in the church. Are you one of them, Mark?
No,
I am.
No.
but I did want to speak a little bit about the biblical
Go.
history and Egyptology, and
Yeah.
Egyptology has not provided any kind of conclusive evidence for figures like Joseph or Moses. That's a fact. We know that. But many of the elements of ancient Egyptian society, economy, their religion, politics, as described in the Bible, are consistent with what we know from
Yes.
archaeological and historical records.
Yes.
So you can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater just because there's not conclusive proof or evidence to figures like Joseph or Moses. That doesn't completely dismiss the idea, because there are records of Semitic people in Egypt, even
Yes.
those rising to pretty high power. And what were they called? What was the position that non-Egyptians could gain authority? I'm asking a
And
question to you.
any position really.
Yeah, there's even
Well,
non-Egyptian pharaohs.
The bourgeoisie.
So yeah, well, there's a discovery of a tomb at Avaris
Yeah.
that belonged to a high-ranking Semitic official. Like, what would his position have been? Because this tomb is interesting because it does depict a man wearing a multicolored coat, which is, I mean, it's not definitive connection to Joseph, but the Bible does say that he was given a multicolored coat. But my question is, what would that position be? Like second in command, essentially.
Well, he would have been like a vizier. He could have been a vizier.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I was looking
almost
for.
as like we
Vizier.
see like a viceroy today.
Yeah. But I mean, just because there's no inscriptions or this is Joseph or what have you, I mean, there's plenty of things that could suggest consistency with the Bible's narrative. I mean, if you want to go from a completely literalist view, I think you're not doing it right, because that's not how Egypt or ancient Israel kept history. And they used a lot of symbolism, a lot of hyperbole, even. But it's hard for me to hear this argument, because I have issues with both sides of it, because it looks to me that everyone wants to put a black and white, like this is either yes or no, and really there's a lot of nuance to the relationship between biblical
No,
history and
I
And
Egyptology.
that is part of what I'm trying to get across, even though I don't think I do a very good job at it, partially because of my crap English, but also my crappy brain.
You speak English better than Lupin does. Don't put yourself down.
I'm not sure I should take that as a compliment, but
I mean,
No, but
considering he's a native English speaker, you should take it as a compliment.
okay.
I think at least we can all agree that I think I agree with you, Mark, that it's not just black and white. I mean,
and that's what I'm trying to say as well.
a
That
Bible literalist, you would say yeah, no, there was a person actually named Joseph who did X, Y, and Z, well documented, or a more like a non-literal approach where it's like a Joseph type figure, which I think would probably be the more accurate interpretation, because there's been these Christ-like figures all leading up to Jesus Christ.
Well, I have to ask you, do you afford the possibility that this didn't happen? That there wasn't a Joseph in Egypt? That there wasn't a Moses? That there wasn't this grand exodus? Do you afford the possibility that none of that did indeed happen?
To be completely honest with you, me personally, I can't deny that, as to me, and like I told you, I have presuppositions. even if you gave me the best evidence, I've said this before, it's very unlikely for you to convince me that like the events and the stories in the Bible didn't happen.
I'm sorry, Josh, but and I appreciate you saying that you have presuppositions, but there's a difference between having presuppositions and as I'll commend you for doing, honestly declaring that you probably can't have your mind changed on this. I ask you to
It's a
think on
faith
that.
matter. It's a faith matter. For me, it's a matter of faith. That see, if me as an individual, if I'm gonna believe the Bible, I believe the Bible is a story of Jesus Christ, an opportunity for salvation. Um, you know, Mark and I probably see differently on that salvation piece of it, but
What?
with
That came out
you're
of left field.
Calvinist, right? So you believe in election.
I mean, election is a biblical doctrine.
But that salvation is not available to everyone, but rather those who were
Salvation is
elected.
for the elect.
Well, Jesus spoke in parables to those that he didn't want to understand. He made it very clear to the apostles when they asked him, why do you speak to us clearly and plainly, but you speak to them in parables? It's because he didn't want some of those people to understand what he was saying.
So, but just to answer your question here, I can't dismiss one part of the Bible and accept the part about salvation. Like if I'm going to deny that the Exodus happened or that Joseph was a figure that actually existed, it's a complete denial of my faith.
Well, why
I'm
are you
Because
sorry
so
you view
eager
it
to
that way,
deny
but
Joseph's existence in the Exodus? Like,
what was that?
why are you so eager to deny Joseph's existence in the Exodus?
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that like actually these people are telling me that Joseph didn't exist. There's no record of him happening.
That's true. There is no record of Joseph being in Egypt. That's a fact.
But we have in the Bible, it tells me that there was someone named Joseph who lived in Egypt, and this is what they did.
Well, there's a lot of reasons why Joseph would not have been remembered. I mean, I think Deviant and I have talked about this before, but I think Joseph is tied to the Hyksos period. And when the Hyksos were expulsed from Egypt, and that's what kingdom was that in 1550? The New Kingdom in
Yes.
1550.
Yes.
Like, wouldn't they have been eager to erase the memory of the previous regime? I mean, we're talking about a complete conquering, a taking over, an expulsion of an entire people. Of course, they'd be eager to get rid of some people's names from history. But the fact that Joseph's name is not mentioned in Egypt history doesn't definitively prove that he didn't exist. Lack of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's more of, well, how deep are you going to look into it? Like, as far as your understanding and knowledge of Egyptology, I'm not an expert by any means. I'd have to look this stuff up on the fly to even sound like I know what I'm talking about. But if
my point is with
your faith stops with someone saying there's no record of Joseph in Egyptology, then shouldn't
it
that
wouldn't.
drive you to look deeper into the
It would.
actual
Well, I'm
history?
saying that my faith it is that like I can basically say, hey, the Bible is telling me a story, and here's a piece that I don't have any evidence that it actually ever happened, but the Bible tells me it did happen, and this is what happened. And as a Christian, it's not so important for me to try to prove that as an actual event because I can't prove how the garden like mysteriously came to be like and then God said let there be light. Like it's I have no support for that. I
I have a question, Josh.
Go ahead.
Do you think that Muhammad split the moon in half?
No, but Muslims probably do.
Right. Why do you think Muslims believe that?
Because through their own, culture, religion, or conviction or research, they've come to the conclusion that I have sufficient evidence to believe in Muhammad,
Him splitting the moon.
or even if they don't, which most people are like born into this stuff, rather than people being converted into being a Muslim, it becomes more of a cultural thing. As people grow up, they also drift away from their religious practices. There's a lot of Muslims who are just, you know, more of a cultural thing rather than they actually are
Sure.
getting down and praying 7 times a day. Like, but that's in
Sure, but
anything.
I was asking you that because what do you think about the stance of Muhammad splitting the moon? Like, if somebody comes up to you and says, I think the Prophet Muhammad split the moon, what is your reaction to that statement?
Impossible.
Okay.
It contradicts
And
it contradicts everything I believe in the Bible. I don't have any record or evidence of Muhammad doing this, or that he will do this, or that anyone will split the moon.
okay. So you say that's impossible because it contravenes with the evidence that you have available to you.
Yeah, I said
Do you
it's not a possibility. It's impossible that Muhammad actually did that. The same way I don't believe that Joseph Smith found some golden tablets that were buried by,
I mean,
you know.
for you to say that that's impossible, I mean, it is technically possible within the laws of physics that that could have happened. You know, that is something that possibly could have happened. So I'm just trying to
Well, no,
illustrate
but
that
no, I know,
I
but
don't think that you're affording the same level of credence to the Muslim in this example that we're affording to you and yours. Is what I'm trying to point out.
well, I mean, it's a statement. I mean, it's like asking, did Elijah pray into the heavens, and did fire strike down and burn up the bullocks? It's like there's individual beliefs that people ultimately end up settling on, and I'm set in Christianity and in Jesus Christ and
Sure.
the death, burial, and the resurrection. So for me, you know, there's certain things that I can either come to the conclusion that this is a real event that actually happened, this is a metaphor, this is the spiritual thing, and make that discernment in things concerning my understanding. So when it comes to
Well,
things about the Bible like that, and I'm talking to someone, or someone has a different interpretation of what something means, then as long as it doesn't contradict like eternal security, believing the gospel, that Jesus is God. Um, the, these are some core fundamental like beliefs that I have that like nothing's really going to change my mind on it.
okay.
There's certain things where I can just like, how like did the Red Sea actually split in half, and did they walk? I don't know, but
I just
the Bible tells me it happened. So I mean, if I'm gonna believe in God and I'm gonna believe in His miracles and His power, and
right.
so I have to just believe that that's true. So dismissing any piece of the Bible, it would just be someone who's weak in their faith. I don't know. Maybe they're just in a different place than I am, because that's just
I
time.
pointed out the example of Muhammad and the moon because I'm trying to highlight to you that a Muslim in dogmatically believing in the splitting of the moon in spite of any evidence is operating under basically the same method that you are here and saying, well, this is a matter of faith to me. If I don't believe that Muhammad split the moon, then the Quran is lying to me about this.
They
No
should
matter how much
that's
evidence or
how
lack thereof
that's how
of the
devout
moon
they
being
should be.
split, I'm going to stick by that because this is a matter of faith to me. And Look, I'm not trying to
They'll do
undermine
that. They'll
your
censor their
idea in
content.
saying that. I'm just trying to say I think it's a good thought experiment to kind of put yourself in those shoes and realize that you're operating under basically the same mechanism here.
I think, and this is where you guys give a lot of criticism to like Kant about accusing evolutionists or as evolutionism, like a some type of religion. I know you guys, some of you guys don't like that, but it's like I think that you also have to afford us the same like understanding because you're going based off of whatever available knowledge that you have, but we don't have any like
But
way
we
to
accept
actually
the
prove
body
these
of
things. Like
facts and data in front of us.
we don't
We
have
don't.
we don't have a time machine where we can go back every 10,000 years and then the technology will eventually be there to the point where we can see evolution over time, or like we don't have any evidence of like this big bang other than theoretical stuff where the universe is expanding, so therefore it must have at one point been contracted to
The
singularity that.
universe is expanding. That is an observable fact of our universe. The fact that it is expanding right now. I mean,
So again,
do you not disagree that that necessitates that the universe was once smaller
I'm just
right
saying,
now,
as
that
a
the
thought
universe is smaller
experiment,
right now than it would be an hour from now?
as a thought experiment, you said that me believing in the gospel or believing that something happened in the Bible versus a Muslim believing that Muhammad split, that we are both operating under the same modus operandus or whatever.
Modus
Like,
operandi, yeah.
yeah, but I think you are as well, though.
But we're not, though, because the Muslim will say that
But
it's a
that's
matter
the
of faith
exact
no
same
matter what
argument
evidence is
the
brought forward to
Christian
them.
and the Muslim would make to you.
The
Do you want to
Muslim, no
know that?
matter what evidence is brought forward to them that the moon has never gone over a geologic activity where it is split in half, no matter what evidence is presented to the Muslim,
But for
they
the
will say,
atheist,
well,
it's the
that
complete
doesn't matter to
opposite.
me because this is a matter of faith. And that's not the case with people that are skeptical and people that are constantly reevaluating their positions based on the evidence that's available.
Do
I
you
just
think
want to say
faith
this
is?
about
Go
the
ahead, Mark. Sorry.
difference between the miracles that Muhammad allegedly performed and the one that Jesus allegedly performed is the miracles that Jesus performed, healing the sick, raising the dead, those were prophesied of him. Splitting the moon was never prophesied of anybody. Like, what is the need to do that in Islam? Why does that even hold any significance as
Well,
far as like
if you had
It's a
proving?
demonstration of his power and authority, I think, in the
Right, but
Islamic scholarly context. But
sure, but
I'm
I'm
simply
trying to
using
point out
that
the
to illustrate. Go
difference.
ahead.
I'm trying to point out the difference between Jesus' miracles, which were prophesied of him to do, and this grand miracle that Muhammad allegedly did. It was never prophesied. Like, I get the demonstration of power thing, but I think that to be prophesied to perform specific miracles, and keep in mind that Islam and Christianity have the same Old Testament, the same Tanakh. They that's like set in stone for both of our faiths. The prophecies in that book, in that scripture, point to Jesus, not to Muhammad. Like
wait, hold on,
he,
Mark, real quick. Do you believe that that like the Arabic or Islamic states that those are like um descendants of like Ishmael versus Jacob?
It's Isaac. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Isaac is believed to have been the father of Islam, so to speak. They've kind of surreptitiously, after the fact, post hoc, assigned him that title.
Not Ishmael,
Pretty sure it was Isaac.
the one that he had with like the 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 one that got casted out
Yeah,
because
that's the
she,
one. I think it's Ishmael, actually.
If it is Ishmael, then I stand corrected.
No, you
because I think the
stand
whole
corrected.
argument has been that like everything that came out of like the Christ would have been coming from the Isaac line. Everything that came out of like the Islam Muhammad prophet would have came from the people from the lineage of Ishmael, which would not be from like the the promised method in which God was going to carry out His seed through Abraham.
They ultimately descend through the line of Esau, and the argument made by Christians is that Esau sold his birthright, and his branch on the tree is dead, essentially.
So you're saying it branched off at Jacob Esau more than anything?
That's my understanding. Is that is the case? Like I said before, I could be wrong about that. If somebody wants to correct me, they're more than welcome to.
I mean, I'd really like to hear an argument. Is this a real thing that they believe? The Muslims really believe that Muhammad split the moon in half?
No, that's a real position in Islamic scholarship. Yes.
Do they? Have you heard how they explain it away? Like, I mean, honestly, like the
Oh, I've
English
seen Islamic
translation, Muhammad
apologetics. They'll
split
show
the.
you like ridge formations on the moon that kind of look like it was split in half, and they'll be like, "Look at that!"
Oh man. Well, I don't know. You know, and I don't think that that's true. Um, Aiden, did you ever watch Dragon Ball Z?
I've not watched Dragon Ball Z. No.
Oh,
Gotcha.
well, there's
I'm
this
sorry.
character that blows up the moon, and then like the rest of the series, like there's no moon. But
All right.
yeah, I don't know. I think that when it comes to like being able to like definitely say that these things happened or didn't happen, yeah, I think we all have the big burden of proof. That's why we always, I mean, talk about these things. But I think that there's a lot of, I guess I'm more of a Bible literalist. Like Noah actually got swallowed up by a big pig.
But guys, Mark, I also
Sorry,
like being.
fish.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Mark, what is
You
it
mean
like to be
Jonah?
a witch Jesuit priest?
It's weird, man.
Sorry,
Mark.
Mark.
Stoney,
Yes.
I'm gonna eat
Hello.
this steak. I'm gonna eat this chicken fried steak and these carrots and this stuffing and this mashed potatoes and gravy, and then we're gonna play Tarkov.
Sounds good to
No.
me.
Yes, indeed. I'm not just going away, Deviant. I'm taking Mark away from you two.
No. Okay, I'm being polite. I'm eating while talking to you, okay?
Well, that's just too. As the grandpa said in that one movie, that's just too damn bad.
Mark,
Yes, sir.
what do you do if they say you're a witch? You're not only a witch, you're a Jesuit priest.
I don't know, man. I've been called worse, I guess.
You're a witch, Jesuit, priest, atheist.
Take care, everybody.
Bye. Aiden.
No.
See you in a little bit.
Don't leave.
Enjoy your lunch.
But Aiden, Mark, whatever your name is.
I don't know.
How are you today, little guy?
I'm doing all right.
You're a
It's a
good
nice
little.
day today.
Oh, that's good. Well, you know, Dan's gonna have a show tonight.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he identified that his pronouns
Dancing
is
Dan.
President Dan.
He identifies as president, but he's not.
What do you think, Miss Outcast? Do you think he's a president?
I say we will have to wait until what is it, November 8th,
Oh.
to see who's really the president.
I think Mark is president of the president of the world.
I
Right,
am
Mark?
just as much a president of the world as Dan is a president of Proverbs, guys.
I would say that's correct.
He said when I told him about it, he said his phone went out before he saw that video.
Well, that doesn't mean that Steven didn't say what he said, and I mean we can go back and show him the version that doesn't cut out if he needs that. But at about a minute and 30 seconds into his interview with Isaac Anderson, Stephen Bolin is, and I quote, saying, "I'm Stephen. I run the Proverbs Guys Ministries."
Oh.
That's a pretty definitive statement right there.
Okay.
Isaac, is his son going to be named Jacob?
I have no idea.
Which son?
I don't know, but his son should be named Jacob. What do you think? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Well, it's Steven Anderson.
But Mark, Steve Anderson actually did a video, did a sermon about him going into mental institution.
No, I didn't know he did a video about that. I have seen a post that he made about it, ripping into the guy that allegedly had him committed and basically banned him from the NIFB.
Oh, do you think it was Aiden?
No, I don't think it was Aiden. There was a picture of the guy on the post that Steven Anderson made. I believe he since deleted the post. I don't know where he made it. I don't really follow Steven Anderson that closely, but I did happen to see that somewhere. Don't recall exactly where.
Big Bad Mama, join us. Join us. Oh yeah, I want to ask something, Mark. What do you think that they're talking about witches in the church?
I think they're shadow boxing basically. They're going after villains that aren't there.
Oh. Are they going to burn them?
No.
Oh, okay. What if they? Yeah. No. Oh, do you know that Lupin really thinks you're a Jesuit? How we know you're not? What's your proof that you're not, Marcus? I'm joking, Mark.
I'm not. I think if I was, I wouldn't have a problem admitting it. I don't know. If I were a Jesuit priest, I think I would have a little bit more to say about it. I don't know. I don't
What
think
about?
it's a secret society, is it?
I don't know. What about this guy?
What are we looking at? Hang on, I'm on the wrong tab. Ah, Lupin.
Man, dude.
Man, dude.
This is the face you make when you find out Mark's a Jesuit. This is a gangster. He's
Gangsta
gangster.
Steven.
And this is the real Charles Darwin.
Aiden Darwin, eh?
Yeah. And here's Ken as a kid. Kid and.
Sure is.
I didn't even. That thing with the SpongeBob shirt, I didn't. That was on accident.
That's hilarious.
You've been that pow.
Oh no, my pal.
Do you still got this book?
Yeah, sure do.
Oh.
It's a good book. It's an interesting read for sure.
What about this? Art Sheba. Oh, you
That's
got
just
a.
weird.
What is that? Is that a.
It's a Jello mold sitting in front of me.
Oh. That's how you know this picture ain't real. Because if that was fun of me, it would be there long.
Yeah, I would have already eaten the Jello mold.
Yeah. Look at these guys. Look at that
Aiden,
monkey guy.
Skylar, me. Who's the little person bowing down?
I don't know. That would be Brother Pike. That's the monkey god. And well, you know, the
Wow.
first guys I ever mentioned zombies are Gilgamesh.
That's awesome.
Are you part of the Gilgamesh? Guess who's here?
Who is here? Missing Mon.
Yeah, we've been missing the mod. She's here. I missed the light. Oh no.
No.
But guys, we think of this guy.
Oh my goodness.
That's the real life modern day neckbeard aces.
Got that right.
Oh no! Miss Mutz said told him against his will. Oh no! Oh, Miss Sal.
Hi, Miss Simone.
Hi. But look,
Hi.
you're a good young man, and I'm proud of you, Mark.
Why, thank you.
Thank you.
Feelings mutual.
Oh, what? Well, I also heard what already came to Fortnite is Jigsaw.
Oh, really?
The
I haven't played
dumb,
Fortnite in a minute.
yeah, the dummy guy. And I also heard I think Leatherface is coming there and Jason.
Is
We
that
think,
right?
yeah. Then they need Pinhead and Freddy. They already got Michael, and they need Mark Stoney. And then
I guess
it's
they're gearing up for Halloween
yeah.
coming up in a
Ooh.
couple of weeks here.
Miss Outcast, do you go out as Egyptian for Halloween?
No, we don't really do Halloween here.
Oh, why?
It's a silly holiday.
Yeah.
It really is.
No, it's
Uh-oh.
been kind of semi.
Oh.
Lupin.
Loopy!
Oh.
Loopy Lupin! Hi,
I
Lupin.
don't think that's Lupin.
Gangster Ghost.
Yeah, it is.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. Just hanging out.
Yeah. Uh, Miss Outcast is here, and the Jesuit priest is here.
Ah, perfect. The Egyptian and the occultist.
Oh.
So, Lupin, did you look into your alleged flaws in preterism any further?
I haven't looked into a damn thing about that recently. No,
That figures. That
no.
figures.
What about it?
Well, you're the one that made the claim that the flaws in preterism means you should throw out theology. I'm paraphrasing you, but
Something like that. Sure.
yeah, I asked you to identify what flaws, and you said you'd get back to me.
Oh, just the flaws that the biggest flaw is they're saying that all prophecy has been fulfilled. That's insane.
That's insane as an argument from incredulity. That's not an argument.
Okay, well maybe that's all I have is an incredulous argument. Then does that make you happy?
Well, that means you don't have an argument.
Okay,
Just
well
saying
then.
"nuh-uh" or "that's impossible" is not an argument.
Well, I mean the prior prophecies that have yet to be fulfilled. If you can't see that, then I'm sorry.
What prophecies
The,
specifically?
the gospel is still spreading throughout the world. The world was not just the Roman Empire at the time. Jesus hasn't returned yet. I mean, there's a ton of prophecies that have yet to be fulfilled.
Well, you're making that claim, but like I can
The
show you through scripture and history. Hang on a second. What, Mackenzie? So, like, there's everything that Jesus said about the end of the world was spoken with imminency, and he was very specific to his audiences that they would experience the things he spoke of. He said, "This generation shall not pass until all this be fulfilled." He said, "There are some of you standing here today that will see the kingdom of God."
You don't understand what that means.
Hebrews,
You don't
yeah,
understand.
I understand exactly what that means. Jesus was speaking.
Say that last part again. Say that
I
last
do
part.
understand what that
But no,
means.
no. I want you to say. I want you to say it for me. Say it for me.
So Jesus said to his contemporaries, to people that were listening to him speak, he said,
Yes.
"Some of you aren't going to die until you see the kingdom of God."
Some of
He
you
said,
will not die.
right. He said, "Some of you shall not taste of death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." That's what he said to them. That's recorded. We can read that, but if you're trying to apply what he's saying to another generation, that's eisegesis because you're adding to the context. The plain reading of it is that here's an audience, here's Jesus, he's speaking to the audience. He tells the audience that some of them will not die until these
Yeah,
things happen.
they won't die. They won't die if they believe that He is the Christ and resurrection of. If they believe that He's the Lord in the flesh, then those people won't die because they believed in Him. same as
That's not what he was
us.
saying.
But that's not what he's saying.
Yeah, it's exactly what he's saying.
He's saying
He's saying they won't taste death
before I
Okay.
come back.
Okay, yeah. And some of them didn't taste death before he came back.
Right. That's
Which
my
means
position.
he's come back.
No, no. Once you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you won't die. You don't really die.
No, actually, the Bible says it is
Your
appointed
body
unto
passes
man
away,
once
your
to
flesh
die.
passes away,
No,
but your
you're wrong.
spirit does
You're
not
wrong.
die.
It says it is appointed unto man once to die, and after that the judgment. So yes, people do die.
No,
Even believers.
your flesh dies, your body dies.
Right.
Yes,
That's the death that he's talking about here.
but your spirit doesn't.
But he's not speaking of a spiritual death here. He says there be some of you
Well,
standing
Mark,
here which shall not taste of death till they
That's your
see the Son of Man.
interpretation.
No, that's what it clearly says. He's
Okay,
adding
if
a
you say
physical
so.
connection to it. He says, shall not taste of death.
Mm-hmm.
That implies a physical death, not a spiritual death.
Okay.
You're adding to it.
Okay.
So if some of them standing there were not going to taste of death, a physical death, till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, that means that they saw the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Not all of them, some of them. Some of them did die. Not all of them.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Mr. Mod? How are you doing? Am I scrolling up or down? And let me see. Do I? Oh, okay. No, I was scrolling the wrong way. Can you bring up the verse, Mark, or are you on your phone?
Oh, I can bring it up, no problem.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where am I? Matthew
And
16.
if you don't think that the word has multiple layers to it either, I mean, if you can't see that, then
That's a red herring.
but
But anyway,
what I'm saying, Mark,
Gangster,
this
can I
is
share my
this
screen?
is this is
So
a
if you're
this is
looking
a
here,
multi-level statement, Mark.
You're asserting that doesn't make it so. So here's the
Mark,
verse.
Mark,
Here's
are
the
there
verse.
multi-layer statements in the Bible?
Here's the verse we're
Are there
talking about.
multi-layer statements?
This isn't one of them.
Okay, but you're acknowledging that there are.
Yeah, I believe that there's multiple meanings in a lot of things.
Like they could say one thing and it could apply to certain people, but yet they could also apply to people in the future or things that will happen in the future.
But that's not what's happening here.
Okay, but you don't
That's
think
why I
that's what?
said it's a
Can
red
you make it
herring.
larger because I'm on my phone?
Let's see. Can I zoom? I sure can.
Let me put this in max screen.
All right, so we're in Matthew chapter 16, and here's the verse that I'm referring to. It says, "Verily I say unto you." So we need to understand who the "you" is, right? So let's scroll up.
Where is it? Okay.
So who is Jesus talking to when he says, "Verily I say unto you"? We find that in verse
Then he said,
24. It says,
Jesus unto his disciples.
Okay, and then there's a whole lot that he
No,
said.
keep reading. Keep reading. No, keep reading.
Look. All right, the point is,
Mark, wait, you missed it. Keep reading.
Okay, look at this. All right, Jesus said unto his disciples. That establishes who he is speaking to in verse 28.
No,
okay?
okay,
Right? So
but he's talking to his disciples about who?
He's talking to them, and we're about
About
to get
who?
into
Who is he
about
talking?
what.
Who is he talking to them about? Who?
Well, we'll get into that in just a second. But
If
right
any
now,
man comes after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me.
Okay, so yeah, but this the context that we're looking for is
it does matter.
Jesus talking to, right?
It is in here.
Who is Jesus talking to? That's the question.
He's talking to his disciples.
It says, "Verily
it clearly
I say
says
unto
on
you."
verse 24, then said Jesus unto his disciples. Yes.
Jesus is speaking to his disciples. So we've identified who the "you" in verse 28 is. Good.
Well, we've identified who he's speaking to.
Yes,
but he's speaking.
disciples. That's what I just said. You just reiterated what we've already
he's speaking.
established.
Mark, listen to me. He's speaking to the disciples about some people. So he's talking to some people. Yes, that is a who, but he's talking to the disciples about the people. So we got to figure out who he is talking about. And we already know who he's talking to, but we want to know who he's talking about.
He's talking about them. So he says,
Who's
"Verily I
them?
say unto you, you, the disciples." The disciples is who he's talking about.
No, he's saying, Mark, it clearly says, then Jesus said unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, if any man will come after me, if any man will come after me.
Right. So we've already established that he's talking to his disciples. So to
But his
continue the
disciples are
sentence in
not,
verse 28,
his
focus here.
disciples are
Focus
not
here, Lupin.
any of the men that will come after him, though.
Who is he talking to is the question. He says, all right, listen closely, Lupin, listen. Verily I say unto you. What question does that demand? Who is the you? Who is he speaking to? We've established he's speaking to the disciples. I get what you're doing. You're trying to distract from breaking down this verse
I'm trying to get you
exegetically.
to read the verse.
I don't need to read the verse, the
For
entire
other
passage to
people,
understand who Jesus is talking
well,
to.
maybe for other people, it may be helpful for them.
Okay, so Jesus talking to the disciples says, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So he's talking to the disciples and he's talking about the people standing there in his time, right there in that moment. He's
No.
not saying some future generation.
He's
Saying
he's talking about people who come to believe in him. That
okay, in
those
the
people
immediate
will not
context
taste
of okay,
those people
Lupin,
will not taste death. Mark, will Christians taste death?
yes. So
No.
again, you're
We're gonna
distracting
have
from
everlasting life, Mark. What is wrong with you?
it is appointed unto man wants to die, and after that, the judgment. So yes,
Okay.
you're gonna die. I'm gonna die. Everybody's gonna die.
Will
But guess what?
Christians who believe in Jesus Christ will they experience a spiritual death? Will they be
Yes,
thrown
but
into the
that's
lake
not
of
what this is
fire?
talking about. That's not what this is talking about. Okay.
Okay. Mark, man, why is it so difficult to talk to you sometimes?
Because you won't focus on what the point I'm trying to convey. You're deflecting and distracting and bringing up
I don't
things
want
that
to
are not
hear
relevant
Mark's
to.
point. I want to know the point of the Bible, and I keep
Well,
asking you to just
you're
continue to
trying to
read.
point out flaws in my understanding of this
You
verse,
didn't
which is
come up
clear.
with preterism.
I didn't say I did.
Okay, so I'm not pointing out flaws in your thoughts and your theory. I'm pointing out flaws in preterism. You're just a
Well,
follower.
I'm a preterist, so you are. I do hold to that view. So you are
Okay.
doing both.
Well, then quit because it's stupid. It's dumb.
You haven't demonstrated that yet. You've only demonstrated that you're
You've
stupid and
been
dumb and don't know how to
demonstrated
pay
it
attention.
multiple times.
Okay, Lupin,
Not just by me.
if I
You've
tell
been
you,
you
Lupin,
talk to
if
some. You
all right,
talk to
let's try to
Tim. You
get
probably
this like
talk to Kent
really
Hovind.
basic. Let's try to focus back on the point here. Let's try to get this really basic. If I look at you and say, Lupin, you are not going to die until Jesus comes back. All right? That's what I'm saying to you.
What do you mean by that?
If I say, Lupin, you aren't going to die until Jesus comes back. How are you going to take that? Will you take that to mean that Jesus is coming back in your lifetime?
So, what are you saying that in this case, like, are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say that you're Lord, but are you trying to say, like, in the context of you being Jesus and you told me
Yeah,
that,
let's
and I
just
was
say I
like, let's say
am
you're
the
Jesus and
arbiter of
I'm one of
truth.
your disciples.
Let's say, for the sake of the argument, that I'm a prophet. I'm the arbiter of truth. I know everything. And I say,
Well,
Lupin.
let's
And I'm
just
not that. Just
no,
to be clear, I'm
I
not
know.
that. But for the sake of the
I'm a
argument,
grown man. I'm a grown man here.
for the sake of the argument, let's assume that I am correct in the statement that I'm making.
Are you
Lupin, you're not
playing
going to die
Jesus
until
Christ? Are
Jesus
you
comes back.
playing Jesus Christ in this
For the
scenario?
sake of the argument, yeah. Okay.
Okay,
And I'm looking at you in the face.
and I'm a disciple.
Yes. And
Okay,
I say, you will not die until you see the Son of Man return. What are you going to take that to mean?
I would ask, Lord, what do you mean by that?
I mean, you're not going to die until you see me come back. You get to see me come back, dude.
Okay, when are you coming back?
Before you die.
Okay.
No man knows the day or the hour, but I'm telling you right now, it's going to happen before you die. This generation shall not pass until all things be fulfilled. Do you see how when you're talking directly to somebody, and you give them a direct statement, a matter-of-fact statement, they're going to take that to mean what it means at face value. You have to
Mark,
extrapolate
Mark,
and insert so much into that very clear statement to make it apply to some future far-off generation. And there's just no support for that in the context of this passage anywhere.
Mark, can I ask you something? Do you think that Jesus Christ knew that they were writing down his words and what he was saying, and that was not going to be applicable just for the disciples, but for the entire world?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
So this
Because
is in
and here's why I
this
don't
is in
understand your question,
Matthew,
because
right?
they weren't
This is
writing
in
it
Matthew,
down
right?
as he said it, you know.
This is in Matthew, right?
Yeah, we're in Matthew chapter 16.
Okay. Do you think that Matthew wrote down Matthew?
Yes.
Okay. So when Matthew was writing this down, do you think that this was he wrote this down thinking this is specifically for me and me only, or is this for me to write down for the world?
I think he's writing down a conversation that happened between Jesus and his disciples.
Right. For what?
For the record of it. So that people can read what he said to them and understand that he meant for those things for that generation. He meant what he said. Wars, rumors of wars, Jerusalem being surrounded by armies, famines, earthquakes, all those things happened in the first century. We have historical
Yeah,
record
those
of it.
things will happen.
The temple
Those
being
things will happen
destroyed,
in
taken
this.
down
Those
brick
things
by
happen
brick.
in this century.
No, none of those things are happening in this century. Not in the
You don't think
context.
famine happens?
Not in the context of eschatological events. That's
Name
not.
all those tragedies again.
Yeah, I mean, yes, calamities do happen. I may have misspoke.
They do happen. Yes,
or
sir.
answered
Looking at your lack of a neck loop, and famine never happens in your house.
But here's the thing. Jesus was talking to that generation about that generation and things that would happen that they would live to see. Those things happened. The temple was taken down brick by brick. There was famine. There was persecution. There were earthquakes. There was war. All these things happened in the first century.
Okay, well, I'll let you discuss it with Aiden. He's far more.
I just wanted to see Claudio out of the room, and then I'm gonna leave basically as soon as he goes. So.
Oh well, then sorry. Then I guess you won't be able to talk to Aiden about this, Mark.
That's unfortunate. I guess you're
Mark,
gonna have to
I had a
go
whole
though first
3-hour
too, though.
stream the other day. You didn't see it, Mark?
Do you think Mark's gonna watch you ramble on for 3 hours straight?
Mark was begging for me to stay and talk to him about preterism eschatology. I told him I'd make
Oh
a.
yeah. So we just had to do it on your platform where you have control over everything and
Yes,
you can
came
mute
in-
anybody
yes.
at any given time. Yeah, no. How about you talk about
To
things where you're
avoid
both on
people
equal
like
footing?
you, to
Hang
avoid
on,
people
Aiden.
like
Aiden.
you talking over people.
Just a second, real quick. So you came in the stream and took pot shots at my eschatology. I asked you to defend those, and you said, I'm not going to do that here, do it on my stream. I said, no. You came back here, and I brought it back up, and you still haven't defended any of your
Okay,
claims.
do it on my stream.
In fact, the flaws that you claim are on my side are actually on your side.
Do it on my stream, and then we'll talk about it. All right.
Well, you're here talking about it right now, so either do it all on your stream or don't talk about it at all, fat boy.
As far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned, it's already happened. You've
Aiden
demonstrated that you're adding to
you're
the
not the
text.
dictator in anybody's life, Aiden. You don't even dictate.
No, I just make you leave just by my very presence. I dictate that your fat ass leave our presence every time that I come around. So I do dictate that part of your life, Claudio.
To leave.
No, I do dictate that choice. I do.
No, you just one of the causations. I make the choice.
Yeah, you make the choice because of me. Thank you for establishing
Yeah,
that, Claudio.
if I hear somebody making an annoying noise, I'm going to make the choice to leave that annoying noise. So you're right. You're the
Which is
annoying
what you're
noise.
doing right now, right? You're
the
really
annoying
demonstrating that
noise.
right now. You're
You're
really
the annoying
demonstrating. You're really backing
noise.
up your actions with your
And
words.
I am choosing to
Lupin
leave
is a
the
very
annoying noise.
famous individual
So
for
here,
his
you guys
actions and
can
his
enjoy
words
the
being in
annoying
perfect
noise.
parity with
Mark,
each other.
if you would like to have this
Yeah, have your
discussion,
little exit
you're more
speech
than
before you leave
welcome
with
to
your
join
tail
me on
between
my
your legs,
channel.
Claudio. You can go ahead. We're all very
You're
impressed.
more than
We're all
welcome to join me
very,
on my channel,
very
and we can
impressed
discuss
with
this. All
your
right,
little
Mark?
ending
Have a
dissertation
good
between
day.
you leave.
Love you. God bless.
Yeah, no, you don't. You're a liar. You don't love anybody but
Even
yourself.
you, Aiden.
You don't love anybody but yourself, Claudio.
Even you, Aiden.
No, you don't. That's a lie, and you know it. But that's okay. You don't seem to care about breaking the ninth commandment. That's not a concern for you.
Whatever you say, Aiden. Love you.
Do you
God
think you're
bless.
gonna leave on a clever clip? Just leave. Just cut your losses and leave, Claudia. Thank you. All right, bye guys. Have a good one.
You're welcome. Marcus.
Aiden, are you finished eating?
He disappeared.
Too
Sorry about
bad.
that, Mark. Well, Mark, you're a good young man. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
You're good buddies. So, proud of you too, Miss Outcast. You're a nice young lady. You're only 21.
So, where was the flaw, I wonder, that Lupin was going to point out?
Well, I need to tell you something. This is what I heard Achilles said to that. He said that what Tim said and Achilles said. Tim said is that's saying they said that it was Jesus when he went to that mountain and they saw Moses and the one guy.
Yeah, and the reason that doesn't work is because what is said here in verse 27, it says, "For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then shall he reward every man according to his works." So that's descriptive of how this coming in his kingdom is going to look like. Let me zoom out, and we'll go to the next chapter, because that's where the transfiguration occurs. So this is what happens in the transfiguration. It says, "And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias." So these are two men, not angels, talking with him, and the him is Jesus. And then Peter said unto Jesus, "Lord, is it good for us to be here?" They're going to make tabernacles, one for Moses, one for Elias. Again, these are men; these are not angels. What we
Mark,
do see here is, yeah, go ahead.
here's the other thing I heard he said. What Keely said. He said that I think I heard other people say the same thing. Where he said that it was supposed to be that he was talking about John, and when he wrote down the revelations, that he would see all this stuff happening.
That doesn't make any sense, though.
I don't know. That's what they say. I heard that before. What do we think?
I don't see how that makes any sense or how that fits at all, because we're talking about the coming of the Son of Man in his kingdom. That's what Jesus is talking about is going to happen before this generation, these people, his contemporaries, the disciples is who he's talking to. They were alive at the time of Jesus. This is the event that he's describing, and he describes it as the Son of Man coming in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Why the transfiguration doesn't fit is because, number one, there was Moses and Elias. These are not angels. Number two, Jesus told them, do not tell anyone. He says right here, Jesus charged them saying, tell the vision to no man till the Son of Man be risen again from the dead.
One thing, that right there that proves Wesley wrong. He tell the vision.
Yep. Jesus said, tell the vision to no man.
So he knows. But yeah, that's what I heard of people.
If Jesus is telling them, don't tell anybody about the transfiguration, how could that possibly be the time when he rewards every man according to his works? I mean, that is not a secret, you know?
Oh.
But Jesus says, keep it a secret. Like, these are not the same events. This is the coming of the Son of Man in his kingdom. This is not the transfiguration.
Well, yeah, that's what I heard before. I said from Achilles.
Yeah. Well, Achilles has a pretty bad understanding of eschatology as well.
Look at this, Mark.
Gnash your teeth, Allah. No time for you, Allah.
Yeah. We finally found proof that Wesley's wrong. She said tell the vision to no one, so he loses. Paul Wesley. You know it, Allah. What do you think of that, Marcus? The great Marcus.
You know, I am not a know-it-all. I don't know everything. And I'm really not good at teaching stuff that I do know. But what I can say is that a clear reading of Matthew 16, Matthew 24, uh, all of the Olivet Discourse, which is in Luke 21, Mark 13, Matthew 24, it's very clear that he's talking to the people he's talking to. This is not him sitting down writing a message to future generations. He's talking to real people in front of them. They're listening to him. He's teaching them. He's explaining. He's warning them of the things that are going to come that are going to affect them and their generation. And that's how they understood those warnings, that they were for them. In fact, one of the warnings that Jesus made was flee. He said, "Flee to the mountains of Judea, those that be in Judea." So, again, that's just further proof that Jesus is talking to the people in that geographical area and in that time.
And did you guys see? Did you guys
And they
see
did.
Kent
They fled to
Hovind?
the mountains and
Did you guys see
survived.
Kent Hovind's debate with Jackson?
No.
No. Man, dude, the atheists just left Jackson out there to fry, dude. Jackson got roasted.
Is he related to Michael Jackson?
Nah, definitely not.
Oh.
Nah, Michael Jackson has way too much movement. No. I don't think any atheists really came in to help Jackson, and if they did, they didn't do too good of a job. Poor guy.
Sorry about that.
I mean, I feel bad for Jackson because he seems like a good enough person. He's just lost in the sauce.
Hey, Lupin, did you know that one of the biggest gripes that atheists have against Jesus is that he hasn't come back yet when he clearly said that he would with imminency?
Why would I care?
Yeah, well, would I care? Mark.
I gotta take a shit.
I said I was gonna leave, and then I didn't because I forgot about that, Lupin.
Uh-oh. He disappeared.
Just came back to clean house real quick. Bye, guys.
Bye. Oh.
I'm gonna go walk Scooby after I'm done eating, if that's okay, Mark. I just need to make sure he's taken care of so he's not barking while we're raiding.
That's all right. We forgive you, my son.
Cool. All right. Don't come back, Claudio. Bye, guys.
Bye. Mark, yeah, he'd be the Jesuit priest, and Ada be the altar boy, and Miss Outcast is a nun.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Is that nonsense?
Yes.
He'd get married, be the Catholic family. Catholic family. Have Mark's the priest, she's a nun, Aiden's the altar boy. And yeah, what if we fall into another dimension where you two are married, Aiden's your son, and you're a priest, she's a nun, and Aiden's a altar boy.
It would be kind of a. Will we have our memories from this?
No.
Okay.
What will you do, Marcus? Would that be weird?
Yes, I think so.
Be a Catholic family. A priest marries a nun, and they have a son who's the altar boy.
Is he like born as an altar boy?
Yeah.
Lupin, you know Aiden's just gonna come right back, right?
I had to take a poop and I accidentally hit done.
Okay.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe whenever I hear Aiden's voice, it makes me feel like taking a shit.
Okay.
Why are you being so vulgar?
Oh, be quiet, dude. You guys are the most vulgar people here.
It's a deflection.
You guys weaponize autism. It's disgusting.
What?
Excuse me?
You guys use Gangster Ghost as a weapon. It's disgusting.
What?
Did I stutter?
What are you talking about? Yeah, no, I heard what you said, but why are you saying that?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Because you're like, why are you being so vulgar and everything like that? You're acting like gangster. You're like pretending like you're Gangster Ghost's emotion. Let him run his channel. If he's got a problem, he'll say it.
What?
I asked you why you are the way you are.
Quit
It's
taking
not
advantage.
weaponizing
Quit taking
autism.
advantage of
Hey,
the
Lupin,
show.
do you apologize to Gangster Ghost for cursing on his show? Did you
No,
apologize for that? No,
no,
no, of course you didn't. No, because
because
that doesn't
I
matter,
have
because
video of
Gangster
you
Ghost is
cussing.
allegedly your
You
friend,
cuss
but you
all the
don't care
time.
about him
Yesterday you
anywhere.
were
You don't
cussing all the
care
time.
whatsoever. You don't care at
Yesterday you
all
were cussing all
whatsoever.
day.
He's your alleged friend. Yeah, I was on this mod show and I did that, but that's fine. That's okay.
You on here?
No.
We're
Oh,
cussing.
really? Well, yeah, I'm sure you could find loads of examples
I
of that.
can.
I'm sure. No, you can. Okay, well, go pull them up. That'll give you something to do rather than filling out a job application, right, Claudio?
I don't need a job application right now.
No, of course you don't. Your parents just take care of everything for you, so you don't need to do
No, I'm
anything with your
actually
life,
helping
right,
my
Claudio?
parents.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you're helping your parents by sitting around in the pool all day long and doing live streams that nobody watches or cares about. That's very productive and very helpful towards your parents, Claudio.
Hey, my parents can watch my live streams and they're happy with what they see. I'm pretty
They're
sure they
happy with
can't say
what
the
they see.
same.
Is that what they
Yeah,
tell you to make you feel better about yourself?
I bet you can't let your mom watch your
So this is
performance
going
on
nowhere.
stream.
It's probably time to just shut it down. What do you think, Gangster?
Okay.
Yeah, you've been going for 4 hours. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm about to hop off anyway.
You should feel
Me and
ashamed
Lupin
of
are going to have
yourself.
a very
Dude,
productive
just go away.
You
conversation.
should be ashamed of
Bye.
yourself
Me
for
and
trying to
Lupin are going to have a
manipulate
very
somebody with
productive
autism.
conversation.
You
You're the
guys,
one that's trying to manipulate somebody all the
people with
time. You're the
autism.
one
That's
that's
how
always
well
putting him on the spot. You're the one that's always putting him on the spot and asking him awkward questions that make it seem like he needs to answer in one particular way. You're the one that always tries to manipulate Logan. You're the one that said that you weren't even going to be Logan's friend anymore because of the people that he associated with, only to go back on that like you do with everything that you say. So how about you cut the garbage, Claudio, and actually talk to us like a real
I've
human
talked to
being for
Logan in
once in your life?
private, and I told
Yeah, you
him
talked
just
to Logan
whenever
and you said that you weren't going to be his friend anymore,
I
and then you
told
went
him,
back on
"Hey,
it. You
Logan,
went
I'm
back on it
sorry.
like you
I'm
do with
not going to be able to
everything
hang
else in your
around with
life.
you as much. It's
Yeah, and
not
what are you
you,
doing
it's
right
your
now?
friends."
What are you doing right now, Claudio? Who are you
I
hanging around on right now? Whose
I'm
show
not
are
going to
you
be able to
on right
hang
now?
around with him all the
Yeah, you're
time. I'm
not
not going
hanging
to be
around
able to be
Gangster
there all
Ghost.
the
That's
time
why
for
you
you.
just said that you come over to hang out on his show, right? You're so full of crap.